sounds right, doesn't it? The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms.
The House is now in session. All persons not entitled to privilege of the floor, please retire to the gallery.
The members will rise and be led in prayer by Reverend Ciara Smith Bond, co-pastor, Faith Community Baptist Church, Richmond, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which will be led by the delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
God of love, thank you for your amazing power and work in our lives. Thank you for providing hope through the toughest times and strengthening us through your purposes. We are grateful this day and thankful you trust us with the incredible work of being good stewards over all you have provided. Now, God, we invite you in this space, this building, our mind, our heart. Please help us honor in our thoughts and actions. We thank you for every seat that is filled today, for each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room. There are many differences amongst us today, but one goal, which is to show the love of God through our works. Give us the wisdom to make decisions that align with the needs of the community and that are true to partnership and inclusiveness, unity, equity, but most of all, true to you. We invite you, God, to take control over this time we share together. Demonstrate now your power. Give us the added assertion of your rule by demonstrating that decisions made by this body are decisions that affect all your people. Provide us with the resources we need to operate in the ways that show justice, love mercy, and walk humbly before you. Let us not be swayed by power, but by what is right in your eyes. Thank you for hearing our prayer today. Now, as we actively engage in decision-making, allow your ways to stay in the center as we discern the matters of the Commonwealth of Virginia. This prayer we ask in the powerful, magnificent name of God. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to House Rule 4, the Journal shall reflect that the following member has been granted permission to participate in today's session via electronic communication means: Delegate Ward. The remaining members will answer the roll call by indicating their presence on the electronic voting board.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
I am present.
The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, a quorum is present.
Pursuant to House Rule 3, I have examined and approved the Journal of the House of Delegates for Wednesday, June the 1st, 2022. Motions and resolutions under Rule 39 pursuant to the provisions of Rule 40 are now in order. The clerk shall announce the first morning hour order of business, including any clerk's announcements and communication.
Mr. Speaker, communication from the Senate. Majority Leader will play a part in this. The Senate has requested a second committee of conference on the following legislation: Senate Bill 471. Senate Bill 471.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House accede to the request of the Senate for a second committee conference on the previously reported legislation.
As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to.
The Speaker appoints on behalf of the House for the Second Committee of Conference in Senate Bill 471 Delegates Davis, Coiner, and Simons. Delegates Davis, Coiner, and Simons. Also, Mr. Speaker, received a letter from the Speaker pursuant to House Rule 39. I hereby refer House Resolution 688 to the House Committee on Rules. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we have had a House Joint Resolution number 6003 has been offered, which is a procedural resolution offered by Delegate Scott.
Do you,
Yes.
The clerk will report a resolution.
House Joint Resolution 6003, amending and readopting House Joint Resolution number 6001 of the 2022 special session of the General Assembly of Virginia pertaining to limiting legislation to be considered by such special session. Mr. Speaker, HJ 6003 is available to the members here in the body on IHOD. It is available online, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Caroline, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, I move to pass by the resolution.
The delegate from Alexandria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion to pass by.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that we vote against the motion to pass by. As we all know, there is about to be an opinion issued by the Supreme Court regarding Roe, and I think we all expect there to be some curtailing with access to reproductive health care for women. I think it's important that we have debate on this floor today regarding access to health care and reproductive health care, and have an opportunity to vote on it, to enshrine it in our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I reflect back, and I know I have only 2 minutes, I'll be brief, but this is a huge step. I think this is probably the first time in the history of our nation where we will actually be curtailing rights that have been granted by the Supreme Court. And I think it's very important that we protect Virginians and our access and the gains that we made in the Commonwealth when it comes to privacy, when it comes to self-determination of women and in planning for their families. So I ask that we oppose the motion to pass by. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Caroline, Delegate Orrock, moves that we pass by the resolution. As many as favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion is agreed to. The ayes and nays are called for. Shall the motion to pass by be agreed to? The clerk will close the roll.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 45.
Ayes 51, noes 45. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, without further announcements, pursuant to House Rule 40, we're here in the first portion of the morning hour, member introductions and announcements and other things listed on the board are now in order.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for introduction.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce the young lady who brought, the minister who brought us the invocation this morning, who's Reverend Sierra Smith Bond, who was born in Richmond, Virginia. She is a wife and a mother of 3 young men. She's a leader, superior encourager, spiritual intellect, voice of reason, is creator and advocate for so many things. Reverend Bond actually is the co-senior pastor at Faith Community Baptist Church in Richmond, Virginia. Over the past 20 years, she has faithfully studied God's Word and served the membership with care and concern. As she matriculated through school, she began to question her next step in vocation and ministry. As a young woman who firmly believes she must be a living example for young women and youth, and as well as a mentor. She serves in a leadership role with the juvenile justice system. Sierra received her associate degree in funeral service from John Tyler Community College. She later graduated summa cum laude from Virginia Union University, where she received her Bachelor's of Science in Criminology and a minor in Legal Studies. In 2018, Sierra graduated from the Samuel DeWitt Proctor School of Theology at Virginia Union University and earned a Master of Divinity degree. She was chosen by the faculty of the School of Theology to receive the 2018 Ella P. Mitchell Preaching Award, which highlights a women's minister who worked and is judged as a pioneer of legacy of justice and wholeness for women preachers and women in nonprofit agency. Sierra is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, where she committed to be of service to all mankind. She also serves on the board of the Destiny Daughters Empowerment Ministry, LLC. She's actively involved in the community, professionally and personally. Finally, Reverend Bond believes everyone is called for a purpose, and every day there must be great emphasis to fulfill that purpose. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Sierra Smith Bonds.
The delegate from Portsmouth, not there. The delegate from, nope. The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for announcement.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in this body, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we unanimously passed my bill, HB 1024, to create a publicly searchable cold case database so that the public and us and everyone else alike would have access to see unsolved homicide cases, missing persons cases, and unidentified persons cases. Today, I am very happy to announce that database is now live, and you can view it at coldcase, all one word, .vsp, as in Virginia State Police, coldcase.vsp.virginia.gov. So, as I said on final passage of this bill, if you like solving murders, you should visit this website. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a motion and an introduction.
The delegate will state it.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, you may recall the last time that we were here together, I spoke about a community leader in my neighborhood who had been run over in a parking lot and killed by a driver who wasn't paying any attention, and asked for a moment of silence in her name. Well, I have two more that my neighborhood, my constituents are mourning. And another one of them is a similar situation. I am going to ask that we adjourn in her name, Daniela Betancourt. She's a high school student at Annandale High School, new to this country and working many jobs to help support her family, as well as doing very well academically in school. And she was crossing the street in the crosswalk, going to a bus stop to get herself home from one of her many part-time jobs, when a gentleman who wasn't paying any attention drove through the crosswalk and killed her. So, leaving behind a family that desperately needed her emotionally and financially. So I want to ask that we adjourn in her name, Daniela Betancourt, today. And Mr. Speaker, I have another person to ask that of. So I guess that should just be one motion.
Let's go ahead. Yes,
for Daniela Betancourt and Bob Schreiner. Bob Schreiner is one whom we would all say lived a full life. He served his country and the community in a number of ways and received medals and awards, especially for the national intelligence and the Foreign Broadcast Information Service. He also was the chair of a number of civic associations. And his family will miss him. However, he did have a peaceful death, and he benefited a lot of people during his life. So I move, Mr. Speaker, that we can, when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Bob Schreiner and Daniela Betancourt.
Delegate Corey moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn in the honor and memory of Danielle Betancourt. And likewise, Delegate Corey moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn in the honor and memory of Bob Schreiner. As many as favor those motions will please rise. The motions are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an introduction.
Delegate Corey.
Thank you. Members of the body, I'm sure that you all have been hearing probably too much about the Envigo Beagle breeding facility and the efforts that a number of organizations are making to close it down and relieve the 3,000, 4,000 dogs that are there from the cruelty they are experiencing. And you may remember that most of you voted to support legislation that would create a safer and better life for those dogs. Well, it turns out that the DOJ has cited Envigo and basically told them to close. Naturally, being a multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical company, Envigo took them to court over that decision. And the company wants to be able to sell the dogs that are on the facility now, either for research or overseas. And you all know what the overseas means, to be eaten. Anyway, and the DOJ is not in agreement with that. So far, this situation is stuck in court, and PETA has sent out a letter that most of you may have seen, should have seen, asking for signatures of legislators to support the dogs being adopted. And that is part of most of the introduction for the guests that we have in the gallery, who would please stand, and representing PETA and the Humane Society. And we all want to give you a warm round of applause to thank you for your efforts, and please don't stop. Thank you.
The delegate from Clark, Delegate Gooditis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a motion. I'd like to speak to that motion.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak about the sad passing of my constituent a few days ago on June 12th, Ronald Lester Platt. He passed away with his family at his side at 80 years old. He was the first in his family to attend college. He taught political science at Lamar State University in Texas, where he taught many students, including the singer Janis Joplin. He moved to Washington, D.C. to work on Capitol Hill, became a political consultant, founding his own political consulting firm. His proudest achievement was the passage of the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, which gave companies tax credits when they hired individuals facing significant barriers to employment. Mr. Platt is survived by his wife of 42 years, Susan, who shared his love for politics, adventure, family, and dogs, his sons Keith and Brent, and his extended family. I have had the pleasure of visiting Mr. Platt and his wife Susan at their home in Leesburg, and his passing is a loss to his family and his community. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the honor and memory of Ronald Lester Platt.
Delegate Gooditis moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn in the honor and memory of Ronald Lester Platt. As many as favor that motion will please rise. The motion is agreed to. The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for another introduction.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a group called Policy Pathway Incorporated, who has since 2019 been a leading organization committed to representing diversity among high-level policy decision makers and enhance empowerment among disenfranchised populations and communities. Today, we celebrate the accomplishment of the dedication of students in the Real Richmond program and policy pathway courses for their superior work, tenacity, and confidence in the development and the delivery of their outstanding capstone projects. It's a group here, and I'm going to ask if they would stand at this time. Joining us today is Dr. Dee Polani Lucas, the founding president and the CEO of Policy Pathway Incorporated. She is the embodiment of excellence with her entrepreneurial and innovative spirit, dedicated interest and expertise in public policy, and her commitment to youth development and equity policy and education. She is continually building a legacy, a remarkable legacy that will expand through generations. Joining with her also is Masen Yahu Israel, who's representing Richmond Public Schools for the Real Richmond and Policy Pathway course. Under their leadership of Richmond Public Schools Superintendent Jason Cameras, during the 2021 academic year, Richmond Public Schools launched 2 new credit-bearing courses. Last week, I had the honor of celebrating 23 high school students who successfully completed these courses with exemplified mastery, understanding, and dedication to provide policy-based solution to issues we are currently tasked to address in the General Assembly. And so they focused on everything from topics of food insecurity to the criminal justice system and the racially discriminatory policy that we are dealing with across this nation. So I'm going to ask today that as we recognize them and the work that they are doing to provide young people with college preparatory courses and with all individuals from across the world engaged in this, I'm asking that we at this time will recognize them for their work and thank them for how they are leading young people to high levels of achievement. Thank you. Please join me in recognizing them.
Pursuant to House Rule 30, the Journal shall reflect that the following members are away on pressing personal business and are granted leave from today's session: Delegates Head, Krizek, and Simons. The clerk shall announce the next order of business.
Mr. Speaker, the second portion of the morning hour is not applicable given today's calendar.
The clerk shall announce the next.
The third portion of the morning hour, member requests take legislation by for the day. I'm not aware of any such requests.
And finally, the clerk shall announce the last order of business.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Fourth and final portion of the morning hour is reserved for members' requests for points of personal privilege.
The delegate from Portsmouth, Delegate Scott.
Yep, so close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always, as usual, good to see you and good to be back here in Richmond. You know, we had a budget agreement. The delegate from Virginia Beach and my good friend from Prince William, the delegate Torian, and others on the Senate side negotiated a budget in good faith. That budget had bipartisan support across the board. I voted for it. I told some members of our community, I think another delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis, and I were at a function, and I told that community that there were 10 things in this budget that I absolutely hated, and there were 10 things in that budget that I absolutely loved. And I thought that was a good byproduct of a negotiation that was done in good faith. And so I voted for the budget, and many of us did, and supported that budget. And I recall before we left, one of the last people to speak was my good friend, Delegate Rasul from Roanoke. He said, this is a good budget. We don't love it, but there's a lot in it. And please tell the governor to keep his hands off of it. As we know, he could not resist because he just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand the process, and he doesn't get it. Now, when I joined the courts of justice, Delegate, my good friend from Albemarle County, Mr. Speaker, schooled me to explain to me and reminded me again today of all of the great members of our history in Virginia who had served a chair of courts and on courts. I think he mentioned John Marshall and Patrick Henry, James Madison, and even our own history maker, Delegate Charnel Herring, as the first African-American to chair the courts of justice. And I remember Delegate Bell, who schooled me many nights on courts in Crim Sub, talking about how important it is to get the words right. No matter where we finish, we get the words right. We take our time and get it done. And now I'm shocked to see that the governor, who doesn't get it, is putting into the criminal code, the sacred code that Delegate Bear, or the delegate from Albemarle, talked to me often about, how we get the words right. And I've been told that I'm inexperienced, Mr. Speaker. I've only been here for a second term or so. But I got more experience than the governor, who's only been in government for a hot minute. And now he is literally putting into this sacred criminal code, taking people's liberty away, and you guys are about to vote for it because he's bullying you even after the delegate from Virginia Beach negotiated this budget with no new crimes in the budget. I think he put in something about marijuana, and maybe that's why we opened that door, and now the governor feels comfortable adding in more criminal code through the budget process. Now, we know that he doesn't have an effective plan, a compassionate plan to govern the Commonwealth, but he does have a scheme. I just want to do a quick public service announcement while he's in the middle of running for president. Virginians expect fairness. Virginians expect compassion. Virginians expect the governor to understand second chances. Heck, a Republican governor gave me a second chance. But now the same people now want to take those chances away from people who have worked and earned the right for second chances. Rolling back our progress on mass incarceration, rolling back our process on restricting reproductive freedom. Roe v. Wade has been enshrined in our Constitution since 1973. We know that if given the chance, the governor, he's even said it. He said, hell on, while I'm running for election, I can't talk about abortion. Get me elected first, and then I will do some things. And he's already proven that. He sent down a budget amendment to make the poorest, what bullies do, to make the poorest women who need access to abortion pay out of their own pockets for non-viable pregnancies. Pregnancies that could literally kill them. That is what this governor is doing. But he won't even think about introducing a bill to restrict AR-15s to protect our children in classroom. I'm surprised that he didn't put in a budget amendment to require children to wear body armor to class. If you want our children to feel safe in their schools, I mean actually safe, you have to do something about gun violence and guns. I know he's focused on curriculum and CRT and divisive concepts, but that's not what those children in Uvalde died from. There were bullets in their bodies that decimated their faces. And yet, we know that the NRA was the first biggest sponsor for the Republicans at their most recent retreat, because we know who you answer to. I'm asking you to answer to the Commonwealth of Virginia, to the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia. This budget takes money out of the Housing Trust Fund, these budget amendments. These budget amendments prevent people who have worked hard, who may be undocumented, who have lived here all of their lives, gone through school, did everything correct, graduated high school, got into college. This budget takes that money away. So much for workforce development and the investment in that. So much for making sure that everybody gets a fair chance in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And finally, if you believe that every Virginian should be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies, then you should pay close attention to how each member votes today in regard to this budget amendment. I know we may disagree on this policy, and I was lectured several times about policy from members of the other side. And we said that we go through the committee process, and we vet it, and we have witnesses and experts come speak. But that's not what we're doing today. Today, the governor, through a budget amendment, is restricting women and families' choices. It's not a coincidence that governor doesn't get it. It's not a coincidence that all of his policies are about how do we control people. The same people that talk about freedom want to control people's decisions. If you're ready to get to work, getting Virginian families back together, getting us healthy, getting us working, I want to collaborate with the governor. We want to collaborate. But if it's all about restricting people's freedoms, locking people up and throwing away the key, controlling women and families' decisions regarding their own health care decisions, then I have a duty. I must fight, and we will fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Floyd, Delegate March.
I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
When government grows, liberty shrinks. As representatives of our constituents, it is our responsibility to safeguard their liberty and their property, including the money they make by their labor. These amendments make the budget slightly better, but in my opinion, it is honestly like putting lipstick on a pig. Today, those who have entrusted us with representing them face record-breaking inflation, aggressive attacks by the current federal administration on their civil liberties, including the right to keep and bear arms, and an economy reaping the out-of-control tax and spend policies, and the Federal Reserve printing money out of thin air. People are hurting. We are heading towards a recession, and we are amending a budget that is the largest in the history of Virginia. This is not forward thinking. When recession hits, will we then be back here wanting to raise taxes to pay for our failure to plan ahead? Government spends more and grows more, which can only result in costing us more. And who bears that cost? Well, the good people of Virginia. I voted for the budget to ensure more funding for law enforcement in my rural district. In the time since that vote, under investigation, this budget may fund our law enforcement, but it is also packed with spending that my constituents will never support. From funding socialized medicine under Obamacare, to funding Planned Parenthood, to the uncontrolled growth of government, this must be addressed and eliminated in future budget efforts. This is indicative of the alliance of those who are willing to fund programs clearly against their principles so that the other side will fund their pet projects. And in the end, who pays? The citizens. Are we going to continue to demand that they pay because we are unwilling to say no? We are not D.C., and I will not support this approach in Virginia. The question is pretty simple. Do we sacrifice our liberties, our principles, and the property of our voters so that we can go back to the voters and offer them scraps from the table? Even more, we need to have an open and a frank discussion of accepting federal funds with strings attached that force Virginia to adopt policies in clear violation of the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Whether it is forcing curriculum in our classrooms or destroying the right of due process through red flag gun confiscation, will we continue to line up at the federal trough instead of standing in opposition to programs that violate the very principles our republic was founded to protect? I am a freshman delegate, and I know my duty. The hardworking people of my district didn't send me here to tell everyone in this room, good job, and to keep passing more pork. They sent me here to stand and say enough is enough, regardless of who is pushing it. Their trust and this sacred duty is to protect the liberty and the property of those I am humbled to represent, and this I will do. I also assure you of this: I will never support any future budget that includes funding the killing of the unborn, socialized medicine, federal dictates in our classrooms, or any assault on the right to keep and bear arms. There is no dangling nugget worth the price of funding killing our unborn children or taking away our sacred God-given rights. Thank you.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate us on our record revenues that the Democrats, while we were in charge, we were able to do. So let's give ourselves a round of applause, pat on the back. We were able to get some record revenues. Really, really appreciate how we were able to work together in a bipartisan way and get through COVID and get through everything. I also want to bring up my children. If one of my children came home today, who's 13, and was raped by a family member, this amendment, the governor would like my 13-year-old to carry that child. And the repercussions of carrying a child when you're 13 years old and you could prevent it in the right time frame is what is right, and it is freedom of choice over your body. In late-term pregnancies that have emergency, life-threatening, everyone forgets to say that, life-threatening situations, late-term, the process is to induce labor and have life support there. When there is life-threatening situations to the child or the mother in late term. So this whole narrative are lies when anyone in this body says that it has nothing to do with that, and it actually is a horrible thing that happens. And I'm not even going to go into it because it's not true. So would that be considered when I had an induction for my daughter because the cord was wrapped around her neck, my second daughter, would that be considered? Because by the terms in the code, it would be considered, early termination because it was induced early. So I think we should think real hard and come to the table and talk because, again, this is another speech I'm giving on talking because we're kind of all on the same page with a lot of things, but we're not getting the full story. So, again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time to be able to express my concerns over the governor's overreach. He just doesn't get it. Maybe he needs to have a governor's school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
So I find this interesting. The governor sends down the Hyde Amendment, which essentially says that we're not going to use tax dollars to finance abortions unless it's for certain categories, rape, incest, life of the mother. All right, but then the left looks at this as a complete all-out onslaught on women's health. So let me get this straight. If you can't confiscate my constituents' money in order to finance an abortion, that's an onslaught on women's health? That's an assault against freedom? I'm sorry, I don't buy this. I don't think it's appropriate to tell my constituents, many of whom have significant concerns with respect to abortion, but certainly with their money being confiscated by law from the government in order to give it to the abortion industry. And let's be really clear here, Mr. Speaker. When we're talking about the abortions that are generally conducted under these categories, we're talking about relatively few of them when it comes to things like life of the mother. Now, here's what I find interesting. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are always lecturing us about compassion seem to think that the only way they could possibly pay for an abortion is through taxpayer funds. Well, here's an idea. What if Planned Parenthood, an organization which gives millions of dollars to that side of the aisle every campaign season, what if they just spent, maybe a fraction of it, less than 3% for what they've spent in Virginia during the last election cycle? They could pay for all of those. But that's not good enough. So we go into this regular cycle where the same politicians that are getting the campaign funds from the abortion industry then come to this building in order to try to appropriate funds, right? Take tax dollars by force from people and give it back to the organization that is then supplying their campaign coffers. Yeah, what could possibly be wrong with that concept? So let's at least try to be a little bit intellectually honest with respect to what the governor actually did with the Hyde Amendment and what it means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess for 15 minutes. And let me explain. Mr. Speaker, I move that we stand in recess for 15 minutes so that the House Courts of Justice can meet in House Room 1 for the interview of a backfill for the 19th General District Court. And that would be till 1 o'clock.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore, moves that the House stand in recess until 1 p.m. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The House stands in recess until 1 p.m.
The Justice will meet downstairs in House Room 1 immediately upon the recess.
The House will come to order. The House will be at ease. The House will come to order. The clerk will call the calendar.
Calendar for today, Friday, June 17th, 2022, for the 2022 special session number 1. First category, memorial resolutions laid on the Speaker's table. Mr. Speaker, page 1 of the printed calendar, the memorial resolutions to be adopted in block are listed on page 1 of the printed calendar. Mr. Speaker, in addition, members filed memorial resolutions after we ran the calendar yesterday, and so the following 18 or so memorial resolutions will be added to this block, if so the will of the body. House resolutions 740, 741, 745, 746, 747, 748, 749, 750, as well as House resolutions 762, 763, 766, 767, 768, 769, 770, 771, 772, 776, as well as 777.
Do any members desire to remove any resolutions from the block? Hearing none, as many as favor the adoption of the resolutions as identified by the clerk shall please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Continuing with the calendar, next category is commending resolutions laid on the Speaker's table. The commending resolutions laid on the Speaker's table are found in the printed calendar on pages 2 through 4, with the exception of House Resolution 688, which has been referred to the Committee on Rules. But here again, Mr. Speaker, another 16, 18 or so commending resolutions have been filed since the calendar has been printed, and they added to this block also would be House resolutions 739, 742, 743, 744, 751, 752, 753, 754, 755, 756, 757, 758, 759, 760, 761, 764, 765, 773, 774, 775, as well as 778.
Do any members desire to remove any resolutions from the block? Hearing none, as many as favor the adoption en bloc of the resolutions identified by the clerk shall say aye. Those opposed, no. Those resolutions are adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I just advise the body, even as we've just taken care of those, several more have come in, and we will see if we can have those prepared before, if it is the will of the body to continue with those. Continuing with today's calendar, turn to page 4 of the printed calendar, the next category, House bills with recommendations by the governor. First up is House Bill 29. House Bill 29 is an act to amend and reenact portions of the Acts of Assembly, which appropriated the public revenues and provided a portion of such revenues for the 2 years ending respectively on the 30th day of June 2021 and the 30th day of June 2022, as well as a bill to amend and reenact several sections of the Code of Virginia. The House Bill 29 passed the House back in February. The conference report was adopted earlier this month. And Mr. Speaker, there are 3 governor's amendments to House Bill 29. They are printed in the calendar. They're available to the members of IHOD and to the public on the legislative information systems, and HB 29 and the governor's amendments thereto are before the body.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendments.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, would we be appropriate to take these 3 that are deemed maybe technical in a group?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
So on House Bill 29, we have our amendment number 1 is just resources. We had a resource change and correction. We had $26.5 million from general fund resource assumptions, and then we had another $5 million revenue adjustment in here. So that's pretty technical. It's money that is extra that we found. We have amendment number 2 that just clarifies on a CoStar, the reimbursement basis on the clawback provisions of that. And then amendment number 3 is the MEI project of Blue Star Manufacturing, we had in there an annual wage of, and we wanted to put the average wage because some, it wouldn't be totally that number, it'd be some higher and some lower. And Mr. Speaker, I would move the governor's proposed amendments to House Bill 29.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, would the delegate from Virginia Beach yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
Delegate yields.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I'd ask the delegate, I think he described some found money in the budget that we went through and we looked and found some technical corrections, and we just found about $30 million laying around in the seat cushions and between the couch cushions and things in the budget. And so my question to the delegate would be, what happens to that money? So does that money available to be spent on programs in HB 30, or where does that money go?
Yes, sir. Answering the gentleman is we left a reserve of a little over $18 million, and between 29 and 30, we found roughly another $32 million. So we do have about $50 million on our balance sheet, and that money is available to be spent in 29 and 30. They're available resources.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for an additional question?
Will the delegate yield?
Yes, sir.
The delegate yields.
Mr. Speaker, I then asked the delegate, that's good news, right? So we found some $50 million that we can use to spend on programs. So if, as we go through these amendments going forward, there's a decision that we're going to take some money away from one bucket to put it in another bucket, that is just a policy decision then, right? Not to use these newly available resources to fund what we were trying to do, but in fact, we were making that decision, a policy decision, that the group we're taking it away from didn't deserve it or didn't need it, and so we're moving it over to this other group. We just elected not to use these big available resources. I think that all the things we added up, added up to less than that $50 million that we found. So would I be accurate to say we're just making a policy decision to take away from A to give to B, and it wasn't necessary fiscally to keep the budget in balance?
Mr. Speaker, I'd answer the gentleman that we looked as hard as we could under all the seat cushions to find the money. I'm glad that they were able to find this money, but we looked hard. This is newfound money. We do have where we can keep our balance to a certain number. We like to put the money in savings if we can, or one-time expenditures, or, yes, put onto ongoing programs that we didn't fund beforehand because we didn't think we had enough money. So it is basically a policy decision to, when we have this extra money, to the governor, he's sending out the amendments, of course, to say, I'd like to fund some of these and like to ask to fund some of those. And of course, that ultimate decision is ours today on our vote.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the delegate.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a question for the patron.
Will the delegate yield for a question?
yield.
The delegate yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we say we found money under the couch cushions, would that mean that that came from leftover revenues or underestimated revenues from the previous years? I'm just trying to find out how I explain to my constituents that we found money in the couch cushions.
Well, yes, sir. It's kind of like we had a revenue readjustment this year of $1.25 billion. So we have a $165 billion budget. Anytime that the federal government makes a 1.25% adjustment to our reimbursement rate on Medicaid, we pick up hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is something that is always in flux. It's something that's happened every year between these adjustments, because we have a daily revenue report that if we want to access it, we do, to see what our deposits are running for that day. So this is not a set certain figure. So I'm glad to say that our revenues are exceeding expectations and that these do reflect adjustments that are made since we were here on a little before June 1 when we did the last ledger sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on adoption of Amendments 1, 2, and 3 to House Bill 29 in a block. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? Delegate Ward. Or, sorry, Mr. Clerk, I'll let you.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, noes 1.
Ayes 95, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Continuing with the calendar, today, page 6 of the printed calendar. Next category is, continuing the category of House bills with recommendations by the governor. Next bill is House Bill 30, which is an act for all appropriations of the budget and to provide a portion of the revenues for the 2 years ending respectively on the 30th day of June 2023 and the 30th day of June 2024, as well as an act to amend and reenact multiple portions of the Code of Virginia. The bill originally passed the House back in February. Subsequent conference report hammered out was adopted by the House June 1st. The governor has sent down 35 amendments to HB 30. They are printed in today's calendar. They're available to the members via iHod. They're online for the public to see. Mr. Speaker, governor's amendments to HB 30 are now before the body.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendments, the governor's amendments for House Bill 30.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we have identified in here 6 amendments that we have deemed to be technical. I can absolutely go through those amendments. I don't know if the clerk or anyone has shared these with the other side. Okay, then that's fine. I'll go through them one by one. They're deemed technical, I believe, in what some of our staff has said, but I'll go through them. Mr. Speaker, speaking to amendment number 1, which is one that we deem is somewhat technical. This is a general fund resources. As in House Bill 29, we found $5.4 million to reflect the covered estimate for the impact of our federal tax conformity legislation passed in 2021 related to the provisions which impacted our charitable contribution deduction for non-itemizers. So I would move adoption of amendment number 1. Would you like?
I'd ask the gentleman to go ahead and just describe all of the technical amendments,
Yes,
and we'll
sir.
do those in a block.
Next one is amendment number 7, which is item 104, which is the governor's action. We propose $150 million a year out of the general fund to add 3 positions to support additional meat and poultry inspections at expanded and upgraded production facilities. It's also anticipated that we can get an appropriation from the federal government of between $3 and $4 million. Am I on the right one? I'm sorry. I saw your perplexed look over there. So you weren't lost, I was. I apologize. I'm not real good with numbers. I'm sorry. Strike that. If I could do number 7. Number 7 is the governor's action provides an additional $5.4 million in federal ARPA funds to also include specialized support positions and academic year governor's school and regional alternative program instructional support staff and the bonus calculation that we were going to give to the other school teachers. That is number 7. Mr. Speaker, the next one is item.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Mr. Speaker, I request that all of the governor's amendments be severed.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Strategery there? Something? Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Well, we'll start with number 1 then.
I've identified number 1. That was the one about the revenue resources. I move adoption of amendment number 1.
Yeah, I'll do that. We'll do that.
Right.
Are y'all ready just to do?
I need to announce it.
Just let me know when you've unwound all that.
Are you okay? So, Mr. Speaker, there are 35 amendments to be taken up individually at this point. As the chairman, patron of the bill, said, amendment number 1 is now, which makes technical changes to general fund resources. Item 0 is before the body.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Yes.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, noes 1.
Ayes 95, noes 1. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, amendment number 2.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Which is item 60. It goes to the office of the Lieutenant Governor, additional staff positions. It provides $229,570 from the general fund each year to add 2 special assistant positions for the office of Lieutenant Governor, where they have had a significant level of constituent services and public engagement. And it would move the full-time staff complement to 5. And I would move the governor's amendment number 2.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
So I wanted to start by just asking, first of all, who are you and what have you done with the Virginia Republicans? Because I've been here for about 5 years, and for the 5 years that I've been here and the time previous to that, I think that you have generally been the party of small government. And now here it is that one of the things, the very second amendment that we're looking at, is an amendment to increase the Lieutenant Governor's staff by 67%. And if I go back to what just the delegate from Floyd was saying just a little while ago, when government grows, liberty shrinks. So I'm not sure what has happened with this particular Lieutenant Governor that all of a sudden she needs an increase of 67% in her staff when every other Lieutenant Governor previous to her has been able to operate fine with that number. So I will tell you that all of us are going to be able to vote against this, and I would encourage those of you on the Republican side that still want to actually have small government and look at all of the little money that we're spending, that you're going to vote against this as well. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
delegate from Virginia Beach.
Yes, sir. This amendment provides comparable staffing levels allocated to the office of Lieutenant Governor that were the same as previous administrations and was passed under the leadership of both parties. And the office is currently funded at the same rate as it was in 2003. So I ask to pass Governor's Amendment number 2.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate LaRock.
Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the comments from the budget chairman. Being a proponent of small government, I called a staff member from the Lieutenant Governor's office to ask what they would do with the money, and I was given that same information. I think they are fielding a lot of requests for constituent services, and since we all know the importance of that, I'll be enthusiastically supporting the budget amendment.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment?
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I'm sure that the governor was asked by his lieutenant governor, the fellow member of the executive branch, to send down this request for more money and more bodies and more full-time positions than they've had in the past, right? These are not the same staffing levels we've had in the past. These are new positions that weren't there before, but the governor doesn't really get it. He doesn't get what the lieutenant governor's job is. The lieutenant governor has a really simple, straightforward, part-time job, right? Which is to break ties in the Senate, right? That's their one constitutional duty. Now, I know that I saw that, they're staffed roughly the same way as a well-staffed delegate or senator's office, right? But we get those constituent service calls. Have you ever met anybody who walked into DMV, had trouble getting their tags, and thought to themselves, I know, I'm going to call the lieutenant governor's office. That's who's going to fix this problem for me. Not my delegate, not my senator, not the governor could use. I get it. I get you might call the governor. It might go straight to the top. You might even call the Speaker of the House, who I think has fewer staff members than the President of the Senate would have under this amendment. But I think that the justification for this is a little silly. It doesn't make sense. Anybody who's been around this place for a little while knows it. The governor, he hasn't been around very long. You know, he's like another corporate executive. He's got a vice president who wants another secretary and another paralegal or something. He's just throwing around the money like it's not his, because it's not. It's ours. It's money confiscated from the taxpayers for this purpose. So I hope that we'll vote no on this amendment. The governor just doesn't get it.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reed, again.
Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
So I find it interesting that some folks who have been routinely in favor of small government are now not in favor of small government because they can rationalize it for some other reason. So it's a matter of convenience about when you're doing these things. And to the delegate from Falls Church, it's really very humorous because it's like when people do have constituent problems, they really do go to your delegate, they go to your senator, they go to maybe even your board of supervisors, but they don't go to the lieutenant governor. She has one responsibility, as he said, which is to break ties and to be able to actually manage a meeting of 40 type A, overachieving personalities in the Senate. That doesn't require a 67% increase in her staff. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 45.
Ayes 51, noes 45. The governor's recommendation is adopted. The delegate from Caroline, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a motion.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that we take budget item 20 and 35 out of order and as a block, and that those amendments be passed by.
Mr. Speaker? Can we just be at ease for just a few minutes while we take a look at which two those are?
Nobody's doing anything. I'm looking at them too.
Mr. Speaker, it's page 20 of the printed calendar, amendment number 20 and amendment 35 on page 25, if you're using the calendar.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to explain the two amendments briefly.
The delegate has 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I'll first speak to Amendment 35. This is the one creating a new felony for certain actions, and number 30 is the
20.
I'm sorry, number 20 is the amendment that sets aside funds for the new felony created. It's the Woodrum amendment. So that's why we would need to act on them in a block.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, are there any more of those 2 minutes in favor of the motion to pass by left?
You have another minute.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage folks to vote yes on the motion to pass by. This is, I think, a case where I think we all recognize that the governor really didn't get it, right? He went too far in trying to put a felony, take away people's liberty through the budget. I think we all realized together that he'd gone too far. This is just too radical for any of us, and so I encourage folks to all vote yes on the motion to pass by.
As long as y'all don't think Delegate Scott's speech had something to do with this, then that's fine. The question is on adoption. Well, the question is on the motion to pass by Amendment 20 and Amendment 35. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion is agreed to. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, page 7, next print in the calendar, the next amendment is a number 3, which increases base pay, which is item 61. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to Amendment 3, which is item 61, the governor's amendment provides an additional $1.5 million in 2023 and $1.8 million in 2024. The current minimum salary for entry-level attorneys is $70,000, and the Assistant Attorney General 1 is $75,000. So after the 5% raise we've given to all state employees, it would be $73,500. and we could compare it to some other attorneys with DLS, and these aren't quite bringing them up to parity. So we would like to recommend approval of amendment number 3.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Would the patron yield for a question, Mr. Speaker?
Will the patron yield?
I yield.
The delegate yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would these be new positions, and would they be at the newly funded Hampton Roads location?
The answer to that is no. These would be for the current people. We put a budget amendment in of $250,000 per year for the new Hampton Roads office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 83, noes 12.
Ayes 83, noes 12. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Next up is amendment number 4 on page 8 of the printed calendar. Amendment number 4, the governor's amendment would provide inspection services for new and expanding meat processing facilities. And amendment number 4 addresses item 104.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, this is the one that I started on a while ago. This proposes $150,000 general fund and $150,000 non-general fund each year to add 3 positions to this meat inspection. We think we can leverage between at least $3 and $4 million to do this. This will usually on some of these smaller packing plants, it helps expedite getting it done because sometimes they can't run the line because of inspectors. So we think if we can leverage these funds, this is a good use of state money. I would move adoption of amendment number 4.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, no 0.
Ayes 96, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 5, same page in the printed calendar. Amendment 5 increases administrative funding. It addresses item 125.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles. Are you tasked with handling this?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I apologize. The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Yes, sir. Amendment number 5 is the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. This adds $1.5 million general fund each year in the general operating support of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. They have come to us and said with the mega sites we have and these other sites within that area, they would need some more funding. So what we did, we said if we pass it here today, we would make it be approved by the Secretary of Finance if they actually do justify that they need this money. So I would ask amendment number 5 to be adopted.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the gentleman if he would yield to a question.
Will the delegate yield?
Yes, sir.
The delegate yields.
Yep, I'm going to support this. I think it's probably needed. I wanted to point out that in this amendment and in another 1 or 2 coming up, we have this extra executive branch approval that I've not seen before in amendments. This one, the gentleman just mentioned, the Secretary of Finance has to approve this after we give it to him. And I was talking to our government high school teachers, and in our system of government, the executive branch is supposed to implement our spending as we tell them to. So maybe this is superfluous that we have this new language in here. And I'm also curious, I'd ask the gentleman if he considered having the Secretary of Commerce and Trade approve this money, since the Secretary of Commerce and Trade is linked and oversees VEDP.
Mr. Speaker, I pretty much concur with your perception of what we're doing here on this. They're asking us to approve this extra money, but it's like a little bit of belt and suspenders. We want them not to only justify it to us, but to justify it to the ones that have the internal numbers as they go forward, which would be the Secretary of Finance. You do bring up a very good point about the Secretary of Commerce, and that is probably something maybe we could look at in the future. I will absolutely make a recommendation that the Secretary of Finance concur and look and talk to the Secretary of Commerce as he does with VEDP to make sure that they do need these funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 81, noes 14.
Ayes 81, noes 14. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turn to page 9 of the printed calendar. Next up is amendment number 6, proposed by the governor, which seeks to expand early reading specialist initiative. It would amend item, or is item 137 in the budget.
I'm going to make sure where you're from. The delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 6, item 137, is direct aid to public education, which adds $2 million in general fund dollars in each year to the total line item to allow additional early reading specialists and reading coaches outside of the standard of quality so we can address the learning loss that COVID has brought on. Hope it would be the will of the body to adopt the amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, noes 0.
Ayes 96, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Same page, the printed calendar. Amendment number 7 is now before the body. Amendment 7 by the governor seeks to, or relates to K-12 ARPA pandemic bonus payment in terms of direct aid, and it is item 137.
The delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 137, amendment number 7, is to address a minor oversight. So it's a technical amendment. This will add $5.4 million to extend the $1,000 ARPA bonus that we gave to everybody else for those in regional programs as well, which is usually customary in this body. It would be the will of the body to adopt amendment number 7.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turn to page 10. The next amendment proposed by the governor is amendment number 8, which seeks to redirect financial aid to HBCUs, historically black colleges, universities. It's a language-only amendment, and it is item 142, which is before you.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, item number 142. This amendment redirects $10 million in general funds over the biennium, which is 5 and 5 per year, for need-based financial aid assistance for Virginia students who are ineligible to compete at the federal FSFSA form to instead support financial aid for students at Virginia's historical black colleges and universities. And the language-only amendment will allow many of our economically disadvantaged students to attend one of these HBCUs in the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, the background on this is in 2021, Governor Northam signed legislation to allow Virginia students who are ineligible to compete in these particular federal forms that are including deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, and undocumented students who are enrolled in Virginia's public institutions of higher education to receive in-state tuition and apply for financial assistance. The Virginia Alternative State Aid, VASA, application allows these students to access financial aid. We're advocating or asking the governor is to move this money over, because we have $150 million of financial aid to colleges that can provide aid to everybody. So we're moving a portion of this money over to these historical black colleges. We feel like it's or the governor does, it's a more fair and equitable way to get more need-based students to these historical black colleges and universities. And I move adoption of amendment number 8.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since learning of the governor's amendments, and particularly this one, many Virginians have spoken and given their outrage to the fact that this amendment is highly egregious, it's ineffective, and it's insidious when it comes to those who are interested in making college more affordable and accessible here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You know, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, we should not be moving in a posture in such a way that we are pitting one financially need-based student body against another financially need-based, constituent-based student body of students interested in furthering their educations. That is not what we should be doing here in this Commonwealth, period. But especially in a time when, as we've heard from the delegate of Virginia Beach, that our resources are such that over House Bill 29 and 30, we see that there are some $50 million available, and this is more than enough in resources to address both of those need-based constituents. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, since 2020, every single forecast and every single update to the financial forecast for the Commonwealth has shown that there have been overperformance when it comes to the budgets that have been forecast. Even so, most recently, we've seen and heard that there was a tune of, even on top of the original projected forecast of billions of dollars, an additional $1 billion. And so I'm here today to stand in objection to this particular amendment because I, along with many Virginians, believe that there are enough resources to fund both of these significant needs. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to say to us, members of this body, if you are in favor of access and affordability for all Virginians to further their educations and not to pit one financially need-based population against another, then you will vote no on this budget amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman rise for a question?
Will the delegate yield for a question?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
The delegate yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, this body passed legislation that finally approved in-state tuition and financial aid equity for undocumented students who grew up in Virginia and graduated from our schools. My question is this, and it's an important one because for the last 48 hours, numerous organizations, immigrant rights groups, universities, policy shops across the state have been asking this question. If this budget amendment is passed, can you confirm that undocumented students who qualify for state financial assistance programs under Code of Virginia, Section 23.1-505.1, will still have full access to state financial assistance and grants at the same level expected absent this budget amendment?
Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is they would not be granted the in-state tuition, but they would have access to the $150 million of financial aid that are available to all students. This is an extra amount of money that's going to the historical black colleges and universities.
Follow-up question, Mr. Speaker.
Will the delegate yield for a question?
Delegate yields. Just two quick questions, Mr. Speaker. Did you just say that they would not be eligible for in-state tuition?
I would encourage the delegate to direct his remarks to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, did the chairman just say that with this amendment they would not be eligible for in-state tuition?
I will answer the gentleman. That is a very good catch. You are right. They would still be eligible for in-state tuition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One final question, Mr. Speaker.
Will the delegate yield?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
Delegate yields.
Thank you. As was mentioned earlier, the first year of the biennial budget increases financial aid by approximately $30 million, and then the second year increases at approximately $125 million. This is great, but of all the 35 governor's amendments, number 8 is the only amendment with an embedded pay for. If the additional funding is there already with the approximately $150 million in financial aid resources, why is there a need to take money specifically designated for undocumented student populations away in order from those folks, in those students, in order to support HBCUs? I mean, why was this necessary? Why insist on forcing a zero-sum game?
This was a recommendation by the governor, and I assume that the governor decided it was just a choice of his, that he thought that if he's going to preference someone, he would rather preference the historical black colleges and universities as opposed to the DACA.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment at the appropriate time.
Delegate has the floor.
So, I'm flabbergasted by what was just said. And there's a phone going off. This body accomplished something extraordinary when we passed the DREAM Act and Equity and Financial Aid Act. We gave children hope. We have to remember that the vast majority of students who benefit from these policies are kids who have largely known no home but the United States, and these kids are American in every way but documentation. Unfortunately, it's clear that the governor doesn't get it. The governor's amendment purports to remove financial aid for students who are undocumented and have limited options to qualify for federal and scholarship assistance, while additional support for HBCU financial assistance is needed. What the governor is doing is unnecessarily pitting two high-need student groups against each other. And the chairman just admitted it. Here's the thing. According to our reading, the statutes creating in-state tuition and financial aid equity still remain untouched, and undocumented students still remain eligible for financial aid. They'll simply access the larger pot of financial aid funding provided by Governor Northam, like everyone else. That being said, the administration may still interpret this new amendment number 8 language the opposite of what we think is the clear reading. We are not comfortable letting it go based on unclear assurances and nothing on the record. Also, more importantly, it is inappropriate to pit two high-need groups of students against each other, especially when it's completely unnecessary. And the fact that it was just said on the floor that that was a decision made by the governor and a choice made by him, the governor doesn't get it. If Governor Northam included approximately $160 million more in financial aid funding in the budget, and it is still in this version of the enrolled bill, why is it necessary to create an embedded pay-for and say that we have to take money from high-need undocumented immigrant children in order to fund high-need students at two prominent HBCUs? Simply put, Mr. Speaker, the language in the enrolled bill supports legislation that passed 2 years ago in this body, it is necessary to ensure that the legislation we passed works for students, their families, and by extension, the larger Virginia economy. This governor's amendment is at best unnecessary and at its worst, a misguided attempt to pit communities against each other. And it's not like we don't see it. It's not like we don't see it. And you just said it. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the governor's Amendment 8 because it's not who Virginians are.
The delegate from Hampton, Delegate Cordoza.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
So what I hear is we believe that the governor is doing something insidious by attempting to fund HBCUs, which have existed since 1837. He's trying to fund HBCUs, and now we're getting complaints. Oh, we're putting two communities together against each other, possibly. There's a possible interpretation where this may happen. And then someone gets up and says it's insidious. It's insidious to try and fund HBCUs. Mr. Speaker, this is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. I'm sorry, that's false. One of the most ridiculous things I heard is that $20,000 is too much to spend on HBCU commission. That came from another chamber, though. This is ridiculous. We're trying to fund our HBCUs. We're not pitting communities against each other. The governor is not going to use some loose interpretation to try and hurt a community. Mr. Speaker, HBCUs have been historically underfunded. We've heard that from both sides of the aisle, from both chambers. And the governor is trying to do something about it, and all we're hearing is complaints. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense, and it's quite appalling. I thought we came here to do something good for our schools. I thought everyone in here wanted to fund HBCUs. I thought that was universally understood. I thought we passed things out of here unanimously to do that. That's what I thought. But maybe I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker. I would love some correction if I'm wrong about that. Thank you.
The delegate from Henrico, Delegate Bagby.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I think the communications from my colleagues on the floor have illustrated how messy this is. And it illustrates, in previous conversation, illustrates the point that was made earlier that we need to do this business in the regular legislative process. During the course of the day, or the course of the last 24 hours, folks speculated what was going on. But as we listen and we put the pieces together, I have to disagree with the gentleman from Hampton. This is no longer a speculation. As the chair illustrated in his remarks, the money's there. I grew up in a community, much like many of you. I know everybody always wants to get up and say how poor they grew up. But I grew up in an impoverished community. And the barbershop was a place where everybody came to congregate. And so sometimes, gentlemen would come in with some merchandise that fell off the back of a truck. Pretty good merchandise that fell off the back of a truck. And I can remember my brother and I going to the barbershop, and the guy came in with some merchandise, and my brother bought himself a Walkman. My brother came home with the Walkman. My mom said, "Where did you get that from?" He said, "I got it from the barbershop." She already knew it was merchandise that fell off a truck. So she said, take it back. And he said, why? It's a perfectly fine Walkman. And she said, it's stolen merchandise and we don't want it. We would do without before we take something that's hot. Now, just like this, my mom saying that Walkman was stolen was speculation. But it was questionable. And we can do without. Now, in this case, we don't have to do without. Now, we don't want this money. It's hot. It came out the back of a truck. But there's money on the table, as the chairman has stated, to do whatever we want to support HBCUs. Now, what we won't do is continue to use HBCUs when we want to. We see this time and time again. If you want to help them, there's more than an opportunity to help them. We have more than enough resources to help them. Now, I will say, both bodies and the governor in this budget did a lot of good things to help HBCUs. But as we know, as the gentleman from Hampton laid out, there's been over a century of HBCUs being left out. So there's a lot of work to make up. You only have to go to the universities throughout the Commonwealth to see the difference. It's clear. So I'm only standing up to say, I understand and agree that we need to do something for HBCUs. This is not the way to do it. This is messy. We can do without it. But again, we don't have to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The delegate will state it.
I move the pending question.
Pending question has been called for. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 49, noes 45.
Ayes 49, noes 45. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Continuing with the same page 10 of the printed calendar. Next amendment is amendment number 9. The governor proposes to promote dialogue, debate, free speech, and free inquiry on colleges' campuses. It's a language-only amendment. It is item 144, and it is before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, amendment item number 9. This amendment requires each public institution of higher education to adopt an official policy on academic freedom and to include in its policy in its 6-year plan and in its annual amendments. It also requires annual reporting on free speech and expression, and this is to promote a diversity of thought. Mr. Speaker, I move amendment number 9.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the governor's amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have a system here in Virginia. It's a little bit different from other states, but governor comes in and he gets to appoint boards of visitors to run our schools. We don't have a big government oversight of our colleges and universities. This has served us well, I think, over the years. So here we go in a budget amendment, which kind of feels funny to me that we would create this mandate in the budget. Maybe it's been done before to this extent, but the governor's going to get his chance to replace, over this 4 years, all these boards of visitors, and he can check with them before he appoints them. Are you going to make sure that we have free speech policies in this school if I appoint you to the board of visitors? He can do that. But I don't think we should be doing that in the budget here, so I would urge you to vote no.
The delegate from Henrico, Delegate Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members of the body, I would actually even go farther than my colleague. When I first read this amendment, I had flashbacks to the reign of Delegate Steve Landis. And for those of you that have been here for a while, you know that this was one of his hobby horses and that he often passed legislation that dealt just with this. My first year, I remember telling my caucus, it's okay, just vote yes, the bill is fine. And it was a bill that required them to report on their website their free speech and academic freedom policies, and to also report any appeals that went through the process if somebody felt like they had been denied those rights. And so what's going to happen when we pass this amendment is, College A is going to take the 10 reports that Steve Landis already required them to write. They're going to take that report, they're going to put it on new letterhead, they're going to sign it, and they're going to send it to the governor. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating very duplicative processes here for things that already happened. And now I know the governor hasn't been here very long, probably doesn't even know who Steve Landis is. Delegate Landis has been gone a couple years. The governor's only been here a couple months. I mean, he's mixing up finance and commerce. He doesn't know which one's which. And I'll just end with this. The last 2 meetings we've been here, I've stood up, and, he mucked up a really great freedom of speech bill by trying to make sure that he could fire people who said words he didn't like. And he even had to have you guys save his butt on felonizing the First Amendment. And so I don't know if this is what we should be listening to when we talk about these amendments. And so I would hope we would vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 45.
Ayes 50, noes 45. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turn to page 11. Next up is amendment number 10 proposed by the governor, which seeks to provide funding for HBCU Innovation Center, and it is item 144, which is before the body.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I learned today that this amendment was actually a bill proposed by my seatmate, and I said, do you want to speak to it? And she said no, so I am going to, if you want to say some more. So this amendment requires, it appropriates $2 million in general funds to support an innovation center at an historically black college or university in the city of Richmond. So it kind of, you know where that is. It's intended to prepare students for careers in the financial industry. It focuses on community outreach, financial markets, workforce development assessment. It is just a good bill for our HBCUs, and it's new money that he's proposing, and we can afford it. So I would encourage everyone to vote yes.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, no 0.
Ayes 94, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 11, on page 11, governor's amendment would support UVA program on constitutionalism and democracy. It's a language-only amendment. It is item 195, which is before the body now.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Yes, sir. Budget item 195. This amendment directs $4 million of existing general fund appropriation over the biennium, $2 million each year, to support faculty hires and undergraduate teaching at the program on constitutionalism and democracy. This funding will allow the program on constitutionalism and democracy to furnish training in America's founding principles and history for Virginia's K through 12 civics educators through intensive professional development courses and seminars. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of that amendment.
The delegate from Charlottesville, Delegate Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the delegate from Virginia Beach yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
Yes, sir.
The delegate yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles, was kind enough to provide us with the origin story of the request for the HBCU Innovation Center funding. It started as a bill from his seatmate, Delegate McQuinn. I wonder if Delegate Knight would be kind enough to do the same for us here and tell us where this request came from?
As far as I know, the request came from the governor. It's his budget amendment. I'm not sure if it had an origin other than that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would echo the comments from the delegate from Fairfax, which this seems rather out of order with the way that we typically expect the governor to relate to our universities. He has the authority to appoint members of the Board of Visitors who then govern our campuses. It seems quite strange for the governor to intervene in the appropriation to one of our public universities and earmark funding for a specific program, thereby forcing the university to decide what it's going to pull away from the university I know that you were proud to attend and I'm proud to teach at. I think that this does seem like an additional overreach on the part of the governor, which is strange given that he's attempting to fund a program on constitutionalism and democracy. I suppose my only hope is that he might choose to come on out to Charlottesville and visit us in the cradle of democracy and perhaps enroll to study a little more of that constitutionalism and democracy, because in the short history that we've had him here serving in Richmond, he's done an awful lot of rather conspicuous things to cast some doubt on his familiarity with our Constitution, whether he's creating a felony for protesting outside the home of a public official or attempting to dismiss the duly elected Loudoun County School Board or issuing executive orders that directly conflict with state law. It seems a little strange here that this is how he's choosing to exercise his authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, will the other delegate from Virginia Beach rise for a question? Delegate Knight.
Which one?
Delegate Knight.
Okay, gotcha.
The non-beach
Will the delegate yield
delegate.
for a question?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
Mr. Speaker, would the delegate advise the body if the University of Virginia did not want to create a course or courses on constitutionalism and democracy, if the university would be free to return the money back to the General Assembly, back to the general fund?
Yes, sir, that is my understanding. The money does come with these particular strings attached if this amendment passes.
Thank you. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
If the University of Virginia doesn't think that constitutionalism and democracy is an important course at their campus, then just send back the money. I don't understand what conflict anybody would have on the other side of the aisle. It's simply a earmarked source of funds. It's not telling the University of Virginia what to do with its other funds. It's just simply saying maybe produce a course on constitutionalism and democracy additionally for the students. I would hope that the members would support this bill.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, if the governor wanted to fund this program, he could have done it out of the $50 million surplus that we have, not to mention the $3.8 billion in reserve funds. But the problem with this is that we here are going to we're going to take that money from the money that's in the budget that we've appropriated for them. We're trying to get we've got a nice, healthy higher education budget here that we can be proud of. We're trying to keep tuition down to a maximum of 3%. And this money is going to come directly from tuition. So let's fund it with the funds that we have and don't take it out of the money we're allocating here. So please vote no.
The delegate from Charlottesville, Delegate Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to clarify in response to the comments from the delegate from Virginia Beach, if he has any doubt that Mr. Jefferson's University is short on courses on the Constitution, he is also very welcome to come visit. We offer a robust set of those courses. Thank you.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor?
Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 43.
Ayes 51, noes 43. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Next up is amendment number 12. Governor would propose adding UVA-wise graduate program authorization. It's a language-only amendment, and it is item 202, which is before the body.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, SHEV has already approved UVA-wise to be a master's level institution, but we missed a step. We need language from the General Assembly to allow UVA-wise to begin granting master levels programs. This has been it was funded in the budget. It's the way that UVA-wise going. And other than VMI, UVA-wise is the only four-year higher education institution in Virginia right now that doesn't offer graduate programs. So this was a technical amendment. Hope it be the pleasure of the House to adopt this amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 76, noes 16.
Ayes 76, noes 16. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turning to page 13 of the printed calendar, continuing House bills with recommendations by the governor. Amendment 13 by the governor at HB 30 is relating to research ways to increase opportunities for K-12 students. It is item 206, which is before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, item 206, amendment number 13. The governor's amendment proposes $800,000 each year for the L. Douglas Wilder School of Government and Public Affairs at Virginia Commonwealth University to research ways to increase opportunities for K through 12 consistent with the guiding principles for Virginia Education May 2022 report, which shows, among other things, the breadth of learning loss. So we're giving the L. Douglas Wilder School at VCU $800,000 per year. I move the amendment.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Mr. Speaker, will the patron yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
I yield.
The delegate yields.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to clarify if the, first, the guiding principles for Virginia education, that is going to be the source document that this money is researching ways to increase it. Is that correct? And I guess I should ask my second question at the same time, but I will wait and make sure I have a yield for it.
Yes, sir. This establishes and maintains high expectations for students, schools, and the Commonwealth, advancing parent and teacher empowerment to best serve students in partnership, demanding zero tolerance for discrimination in education and beyond, fostering innovation in all education environments, and there's another 5 or 6 down here that I could go if the gentlelady would like for me to.
Mr. Speaker, if the delegate will yield for another
Will the delegate
question.
yield for a further question?
Yes, sir.
The delegate yields.
Mr. Speaker, I believe last year we passed a study, and it's going to be done in this fall, and I just wanted to know if that was factored in. We already have a study that's being done by JLARC on learning loss, and I just wanted to know if that was factored in, because this seems unnecessary if we are already doing a study ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this was factored in or not. This goes specifically to this particular report because there is we just feel like at this particular university that this report, to give them $800,000 to study this and to do what I just mentioned before, is a good use of their taxpayers' dollars.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
I do, Mr. Speaker, have an issue with allocating funds when we're already researching a topic. We're already researching it through JLARC, and we should have that study done probably in a few months. I've been waiting and watching for it. That way we can, I don't know how it will be addressed, Mr. Speaker, but I'm hoping that we can address the learning loss sooner than 2023 and 2024. I'm hoping that we can come up with our plan for learning loss before then. So I urge us, I mean, it's not a bad idea, but we're already doing it, so it's a waste of money for a specific university to do a specific study that we're already doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk,
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 59, noes 36.
Ayes 59, noes 36. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 14 by the governor would add funding for the Hampton Roads Proton Beam Therapy Institute. It is item 295, which is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, amendment number 14 goes to the Hampton Roads Proton Beam Therapy Institute at Hampton University. The budget contains almost $72,000 of base funding each year. This would add $1 million each year to that funding for the to support the proton therapy for the treatment of cancer. Some people seem to think that this is a very, very good treatment for cancer. So I would move amendment number 14.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk,
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, noes 0.
Ayes 95, noes 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 15 on page 12 of the printed calendar, governor's amendment, it would allow transition period for production location changes by medical cannabis companies. It's a language-only amendment, and it is item 301, which is before the body.
The delegate from Botetourt, Delegate Austin.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to amendment number 15, item
delegate has the
301,
Delegate has the
Department
floor.
of Health Professions. This allows the transition period for production location changes by medical cannabis companies. Mr. Speaker, what this does is allow current operation in Washington County of medical cannabis to be transferred to Allegheny County. It gives them, throughout the term of the biennium, to get the facility in Allegheny County up and built out and in operation so they can then transfer their mature plants to Allegheny County. And this project also creates 100 new jobs in an economically depressed area. I'd ask for the passing of this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk,
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 91, noes 4.
Ayes 91, noes 4. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Next up is Governor Amendment number 16, which seeks to increase security positions at state-operated mental health facilities. It is item 318, which is now before the body.
Who's got this one? Sorry, the delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking in amendment number 16.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will provide additional $2.4 million each year, a general fund to fund additional positions at DBHDS in regards to security staffing and positions. We've seen an absolute explosion in these facilities, and so this is really to keep with the pace to make sure that support staff and those that are residing there are continually safe. I hope you will the body to adopt this amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
God bless you, sir. Thank you. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 87, noes 1.
Ayes 87, noes 1. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Same page of the printed calendar. Next up is Amendment number 17. The governor seeks to provide funding for foster care and family support. It is item 340, which is now before the body.
The delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 17 will add additional.
Sorry, never mind.
The delegate will continue.
will additional $4.4 million to the budget to address really the foster care crisis we're seeing in Virginia. This will directly correlate with the Safe and Sound Task Force and will really prevent and deter children from sleeping in offices and ERs, and this will provide for a diversion opportunity. Additionally, this will provide additional funding for collaborative placement to make sure that a child wouldn't have to go from maybe Fairfax to Wise County or maybe from Nova to Norfolk in regards to receiving a placement. This will also allow additional funding for diversion opportunities so that way we can make sure children that are safe, sound, and secure, especially while they're in the journey on a foster care path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the will of the body to adopt the amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, no 0.
Ayes 93, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted. The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate.
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted Governor's Amendment number 16 to HB 30, I move that we reconsider that vote so that about a dozen members can vote.
The delegate from Fairfax moves that having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted Governor's Amendment number 16, that we reconsider that vote. As many as favor that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The question is on adoption of Amendment number 16 on page 13 of the printed calendar. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 94, noes 1.
Ayes 94, noes 1. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turning to page 14 of the printed calendar, next up, amendment number 18, halfway point. Governor amendment seeks to amend CSA Welcome Center. It's a language amendment in item 347, which is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Yes, sir. Amendment number 18. The General Assembly provided $5 million in general fund to Fairfax County to support a CASA Vocational Welcome Center. This proposed amendment proposes language to require consultation and approval from the Secretary of Health and Human Resources before the funding may be distributed to Fairfax County. I move adoption of the amendment.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I just want to be really clear that the $5 million is in the budget. It's already there. This amendment doesn't create the Welcome Center, doesn't fund the Welcome Center. What it does is it puts hoops between the county, which received the money to implement the Welcome Center, and their ability to spend it. And for whatever reason, Fairfax County's Board of Supervisors, maybe it was because Governor didn't like the way the chairman was handling the protests outside people's houses. Maybe it's another spit match. We don't know. I don't think there's a level of petty he's not willing to sink to on some of these things. But I can't understand why we would want to go to require this locality to go through those extra hoops and seek this consultation to spend money that we've already appropriated to them. This is more executive overreach. The governor just doesn't get it. He doesn't get the role of the state in doing these things. He doesn't get the role that the cabinet members are supposed to play. This is money that we've allocated to CASA and to Fairfax County. We trust them to spend it. Let's leave it alone. I urge a vote of no on this executive overreach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the risk of being redundant, I would like to ask the gentleman from Virginia Beach, Mr. Chairman, would you please affirm I'm getting a lot of text messages.
Will the delegate yield for a question?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oops.
That's all right.
Please approve it.
It's all right. Will the delegate yield for a question?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
The delegate yields.
Thank you. I've been getting a lot of text messages from different groups that would use the Welcome Center, and they're worried that if this is defeated, the funding will be lost. And I think I agree with Delegate Simon that it won't be, but I'd like to hear you say that for the record, please.
The only thing that I can tell the gentlelady is that CASA, we know, works to support immigrants and help them find jobs and license them to participate in the economy. And we know that's what the intention of the Welcome Center is. This does give oversight to the Secretary of Health and Human Resources. And I share your concern. I hope that the oversight is in a positive way.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, a follow-up question.
Will the delegate yield for another question?
Yes, sir, I'll yield.
The delegate yields.
Thank you. The main question that I'm getting from constituents is, if this amendment is defeated, then will the funding for the center be lost? And my reading of it is no, but since you are the budget guru, I would like to hear you say it for the record, please. Is that right?
The delegate's assertion is correct. If this was to be defeated, the $5 million is still there. What this does is the $5 million is there. It's just going to be released under the auspices of the overview of the Secretary of Health and Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 53, noes 42.
Ayes 53, noes 42. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 19 by the governor would amend the earned sentences credit. It is a language-only amendment, and it is item 404, which is now before the body.
The delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Bell.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment would modify the rules for calculating earned sentence credits for certain offenses. When the credits were expanded in 2020, criminal offenses were divided into two groups. You had the included offenses, which were eligible for the expanded credits, and what are called the excluded offenses, which were not eligible, and they were to be applied retroactively. Every inmate at DOC has what's called an MSO, her most serious offense, and when they reviewed the credits and the most serious offenses, it appeared that a number of inmates with the most serious MSOs, like homicide, robbery, and abduction, were appearing to be eligible for the credits. And when they reviewed them, the issue, they concluded the issue was one of what are called ancillary offenses. And so when someone is charged with an offense, they often will have other offenses included with it. You might, for example, have a robbery or a homicide and also a gun charge. The law says that, the current law says that the robbery would be an excluded offense, but the gun charge would be included, meaning the offender could get the expanded credits for the gun charge. This amendment would treat those offenses that were consecutive, concurrent to an excluded offense as excluded. To see how this works, DOC has run the list for those inmates that would otherwise be eligible for release from July 1st to August 31st, so the first 60 days. A total of 3,201 inmates would be eligible for the credits. This amendment would impact 556 of those inmates. In other words, would remove their eligibility for the included offenses. Just so we have some idea of what we're talking about, the list of inmates who would be impacted by this would be 4 who have a most serious offense of capital murder, 39 first-degree homicides, 2 second-degree homicides, 68 abductions, 41 rapes, 259 robberies, 119 assaults, 6 sex offenses, 2 arsons, and a smaller number of other charges. DOC does something called the COMPAS criteria, where they measure the prediction of recidivism. The inmates affected by this amendment, the 556, that were otherwise eligible for release in those first 60 days, 54% of them have a high or medium risk of violent recidivism. A couple of points. First, this does not change the list of excluded charges. There were some bills that would have done something in that space. This does not change that list. There's also questions about what would be a secondary offense. It would be a lesser offense than the MSO offense. We had them run it, and 71% of those in those first 60-day impacted offenders would be a weapons charge. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we endorse the amendment. Thank you.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the criminal justice system operates with three primary purposes: deterrence, punishment, and the one that so many in this body sometimes forget, rehabilitation. With these amendments today, the governor is attempting to roll back significant criminal justice reforms of the last 3 years through budget amendments. In fact, he's doing this despite the fact that many of these proposals have been rejected in just this past General Assembly. The delegate from Albemarle and I both share a love for the Criminal Law Subcommittee. That committee works longer than I would say any other in this body to get the words right. It's important that we make criminal law changes through that committee and not through the budget. But we're doing that right here. In fact, this idea that we are discussing today was rejected by this General Assembly only a few months ago. This amendment attempts to make a significant change in the law through the budget process in a single day with no opportunity for the public input or vetting by the experts on courts of justice and judiciary committees. Mr. Speaker, the governor just doesn't get it. This amendment limits the credits that can be earned by some prison inmates who have concurrent or consecutive sentences, a step aimed at lessening the impact of a law that would see some inmates get an early release this year. The expanded earned sentence credit program will result in an additional 3,212 individuals being released, people who have worked for years to become drug-free and to be fully rehabilitated. This month, the governor is trying to keep over 500 incarcerated individuals who are reformed and eligible for good behavior release from being so. They're due for release July 1st. This is a step backward for our whole system. In 2 weeks, we have over 500 individuals and families who are packing bags, repainting bedrooms, taking time off of work to pick up their incarcerated family. We have made a promise to them, a promise that if they rehabilitate themselves, taking years of classes and being model prisoners, that we will show them just a little bit of grace. That is what this amendment is taking away. It is reneging on a promise we all made to answer the call of Matthew 25:36, a promise to show the least of us a modicum of grace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I speak to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I've heard a cry and a comment from the other side of the aisle that the governor doesn't get it. I've heard that on 3 or 4 amendments today. What he doesn't get, ladies and gentlemen, is this liberal agenda that has been pushed on us, and I think he does get it. He just won an election. He gets what's going on with the country. He gets that violent criminals are being let loose on parole, and they're out here reoffending and reoffending. He gets it. So I just sitting here, and I've let it go 3 or 4 times, but I stand with Governor Youngkin, and I believe he gets it.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Anderson.
Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Members of the body, when the Earned Income Sentencing Credit Bill passed, it was on Zoom, and I watched it from home, and I watched the debate from home, just like the rest of you. And I don't believe that there is a single member in this room who was here in 2020 that intended that this bill would apply to violent offenders. This bill was presented and was discussed at length that it applied to those who were nonviolent. Now, I took issue, of course, this year with child pornographers being part of this group, but nonetheless, none of you anticipated that capital murders would come home early. None of you anticipated rapists would come home early. None of you anticipated violent offenders would come home early in this bill. And if you did, I didn't hear the debate on that subject. And so all that this does is say, There's 4,500 people that are going to come home early, nonviolent offenders, and that was this body's intention from anybody who watched the debate. All this is saying is there are a couple, 500, that are violent offenders that need to serve their entire time. And why that is important is this. From a sentencing judge standpoint, when the judge judged the conduct of the defendant and sentenced that person, it was under the understanding that that person would serve at least 85% of their sentence. This bill retroactively went backwards in time, is undoing what a judge sitting in judgment over the defendant thought was the appropriate sentence, and the judge sitting in judgment imposed a sentence on these violent offenders and anticipated that that would be served at least 85%. And that has been changed by this, and I believe that was unintentional. I don't believe that any of you on that side of the aisle intended that to occur. And so for that reason, I would hope that all of you would recognize that there was an unintended consequence to the decision that you made and support this amendment. It's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 48, noes 45.
Ayes 48, noes 45. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, on page 15 of the printed calendar, amendment number 20 is not before the body. So next up is amendment number 21. Amendment number 21, amendment by the governor, seeks to fund safety enhancement at historically black colleges and universities. It is item 408, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, amendment number 21 proposes $4 million the first year to be provided to DCJF, to Virginia's historical black colleges and universities. It would provide $1 million each to Virginia State University, Norfolk State, as well as in the cities of Richmond and Hampton, Virginia Union University and Hampton University. There were some bomb threats earlier this year, and I know the governor went and met with some of these presidents, and they said they needed enhanced security, and that is why the governor has proposed this amendment for $1 million for these historical black colleges. Move approval of amendment number 21.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, noes 0.
Ayes 96, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 22 by the governor, it would provide funding to the families of victims of the Bridgewater College shooting. It is item 411, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Botetourt, Delegate Austin.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to amendment number 22.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, item number 411, Department of Juvenile Justice. The governor's amendment provides $200,000 general fund in fiscal years 2023 to provide $100,000 to each of the two families of the campus police and campus safety officers who lost their lives in the Bridgewater College shooting incident. I respectfully ask that you join me in supporting this amendment.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had to fight really hard to get money for the Mass Shooting Commission for Virginia Beach on May 31st, but how easily $200,000 is put in for another shooting. And I would really, really hope that the other delegates in Virginia Beach would start caring about Virginia Beach and not just re-election. That's all I have to say about the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, no zero.
Ayes 96, no zero. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Next up is amendment number 23. That gubernatorial amendment seeks to add funding to support salary increases for probation and parole officers. It is item 425, and it is before the body now.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the clerk stated, this provides $2 million so that the Department of Juvenile Justice, parole officers, and probation officers can get the same targeted salary increase as we gave to those in the Department of Corrections. So I would urge the body to support the governor's amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 96, no zero.
Ayes 96, no zero. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Same page, the printed calendar. Next up, item number 24 by the governor. It seeks to add funding to support salary increases for correctional staff. It is item 427, which is now before the body.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the last amendment, this provides the same salary increase that we gave to DOC staff for correctional staff at the Department of Juvenile Justice, and I would urge the body to support this pay increase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no zero.
Ayes 95, no zero. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 25 by the governor seeks to provide bonus payment for conservation, police, and marine police. It is item 483, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 25, item number 483, simply brings parity between the law enforcement arms of the Marine Resources Commission and the DCR, along with the state police, which we gave them a bonus last year. It's for $539,327. I move the amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, no zero.
Ayes 93, no zero. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turn to page 17 of the printed calendar. Next up, item number 26, which seeks to fund executive office security and state police threat assessment. It is item 485, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, amendment number 26 adds $750,000 general fund to enhance security for the offices of Lieutenant Governor and the Attorney General, and a $250,000 budget amendment is designated to the Department of State Police to conduct a threat need assessment of all statewide officials. So it's for a total of $750,000 for the security aspects. I move the amendment.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk for a second about just how much this governor doesn't get what everyday Virginians are going through. More people in our Commonwealth die from bullets than die in car accidents. Think about that. Every time you put your family in the car and buckle them up against the worst, they are safer than the threat of dying in gunfire. Terrible tragedies took place this year in Buffalo and Uvalde. Virginia has seen its own tragedies in Virginia Beach and Virginia Tech, and daily, Virginians confront the threat of gun violence in our communities and our schools. Parents, they grapple with the fear of sending our children to school and wonder if today will be the day. Teachers have to do lockdown drills as though they were in a war zone. In the face of these tragedies, in the face of everyday violence, what amendment does this governor send down? Is it to restore the 60% cuts in funding for the Firearm Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Fund? No. Instead, he sent down $250,000 to protect himself and his family, while the rest of Virginia have to worry about whether this will be the day. This governor doesn't understand what everyday Virginians are going through, the fear that they face, the threat of gun violence in our communities. He just doesn't get it.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward. Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 52, noes 41.
Ayes 52, noes 41. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 27. Amendment number 27 by the governor seeks to adjust language for temporary nurse aides. It is a language-only amendment. It is item 486, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You looked
They gave
excited.
they gave you a lot of stuff to do. I think that's great.
Well,
Go ahead.
I don't know. It's important work.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Speaker. It's very, very important work. I got the good ones.
I know.
I'm going to talk about abortion later, okay? Okay. It's coming. But this is very technical amendment. During our public health emergency, we've allowed nursing aides that are not certified nursing aides to work in our nursing homes. And we have 2,000 of them now. The Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, who oversees our Medicaid program, is giving us the waiver that allowed these nurses to serve is expired and is giving us 4 months so they can be trained to take the CNA test. So that's what this does. It gives them 4 months and they've got a plan to get everybody up to speed and teach them what they need to know and take the test and have CNAs working in our skilled nursing facilities. And I hope the body will pass this technical amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Next up on page 18 of the printed calendar, amendment number 28 by the governor. It seeks to update K-12 ARPA pandemic bonus payment amounts. It's item 486, and it is now before the body.
The delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 28 is the companion to Amendment number 7, which passed this body unanimously earlier. One was the wording, the secondary is the funding, and this will allow the $1,000 bonus payment to those that are instructional and support staff in regional programs. Hope would be the will of the body to adopt the amendment.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Same page of the printed calendar, amendment number 29 proposed by the governor is now before the body. It would remove change in education improvement scholarship tax credit cap. It is item 3-5.20.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, amendment number 29. Originally, we had a $25 million neighborhood assistance tax credit, and it wasn't being utilized to the $25 million amount, so we brought it down to $12 million because we had another Neighborhood Assistance Act tax credit that was oversubscribed, so we raised that rate. So that's going to stay in effect, the neighborhood assistance tax credit. But now the utilization of this $25 million that we thought wasn't going to be utilized, now the subscription rate is picked up. So the governor is just bringing it back to its original form of $25 million for the available money for this tax credit. I move Amendment 29.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 58, noes 36.
Ayes 58, noes 36. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
On page 19 of the printed calendar, next up, Amendment 30 of the governor's. It seeks to place restriction on taxpayer funding for abortion services, a language-only amendment. It is item 4-5.04, and that item and amendment is now before the body.
The delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to Amendment number 30.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 30 is known as the state-level version of the Hyde Amendment. Now, I know many in this chamber, we probably disagree on the basis of abortion and how we talk about that, and it's probably something we're not going to solve today. But there are many people of faith and of conscience that feel that this should not be a taxpayer-funded issue. And so what Amendment 30 does is ensures that taxpayers that have to question their faith or their conscience would not have to pay tax dollars to fund abortion in Virginia. Hope it to be the will of the body to adopt this amendment.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I speak to you as a person of faith. We exist too. And when I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior at the age of 15 years old, I learned that he who the Son sets free is free indeed. Mr. Speaker, I hate to rise today to speak to this, but I have to. And I want to make it clear, because we moved pretty quickly earlier. I want to make it clear to those watching that earlier today, this body, the majority party in this body, failed to enshrine a woman's right to a safe abortion and to make decisions about her body. This body failed to enshrine that in the Virginia Constitution. This body, the majority body, the majority party in this body, is out of step and out of line with more than 80% of Virginians who believe that women should decide what happens to their bodies. And I listen to men mansplain and give all of these reasons why this amendment is necessary. And it reminded me of something that was said more than 50 years ago. No matter what men think, abortion is a fact of life. Women have always had them. They always have, and they always will. Are they going to have good ones or bad ones? Will the good ones be reserved for the rich while the poor women go to quacks? And that's Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm more than 50 years ago. And today, in 2022, I have to rise in this body to reiterate what the Congresswoman said, because our country is looking at taking a giant step back on the progress we've made to support women's health and rewind the hand of advancement made by women and men in ensuring that a woman has the right to determine the functions of her own body. I rise today as a mother of two daughters, two brilliant, beautiful, magical Black girls who are facing a world where women like them are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related circumstances than their peers. My daughters are facing a world where the governor's own health director is doing everything he can to ignore racial health disparities. going as far as blaming a genetic disorder, sickle cell anemia, for maternal health disparities. And now, Mr. Speaker, my daughters will face an America where they have less access to reproductive health options than their mother. My daughters are facing an America without choice. And I know that some of y'all only understand choice when it comes to a gun or defunding our public schools. But let me just say, when a woman has the right to determine what happens with her body, it not only impacts her, it impacts her community. You want to know how I know? Because I rise today as part of the first generation of women in my family to have a choice on the timing of my life. Unlike my grandmother, who was forced at 13 years old to bear the child of her abuser. She didn't have a choice, and she lived with that for many years and the rest of her life. But I got to decide when I took on the awesome responsibility of motherhood. Those are choices that I had, and my generation of women benefited. But today, with this amendment, as the Supreme Court moves forward, we are making a dangerous, dangerous decision. And maybe, as the delegate says, some people of faith support this, but I'm here to tell you that not all of us do. And what the governor doesn't get is that the daughters of rich business tycoons are not the only ones who should have access to safe reproductive health. So to target women who need help from us and who are making tremendously difficult decisions is wrong and is unconscionable. And this is not about funding. This is about making a political statement and delivering on a promise to a few. Abortion is essential health care. Studies have shown over and over that bans will worsen America's existing maternal mortality crisis, and legislation like this will exacerbate astounding racial gaps in infant and maternal health outcomes. So clearly for the governor and many of you, this is about just one thing: restricting our fundamental bodily autonomy for political gain. Now, we can't change the Supreme Court's decision, but we can make sure Virginia stays a safe space for a safe, accessible abortion in the South. So let me put you on notice. This amendment targeting low-income Virginians will not be forgotten. This amendment targeting families already making extremely difficult medical choices will be a part of your legacy. The governor doesn't get it. Maybe you don't either. But I want you to take note that we will fight this. We will defend bodily autonomy and reproductive freedom for all, the daughters and wives of rich tycoons, and the young women in communities like mine who need support. So when you go back to your community and defend how you attack poor people and the people who need you the most, remember this: you will come back and face a resistance. We will fight this every single day, and we will not back down, bow down, or shut up while you endanger the lives of women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Isle of Wight, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Not everyone in this chamber is going to agree, but I stand here on this floor as a young woman from a middle-class background, certainly not of rich means. I stand on this floor as 5 months pregnant. And I stand on this floor asking this body not to require taxpayers to fund abortion. For 40 years, we have agreed on this, and we've stood by people of faith. I ask this body to stand with people of faith and conscience, stand up for the taxpayer, and adopt Amendment number 30.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
You know, this really is about equity. It's the E word that we don't want to talk about anymore. Anyone in here, if they had this tragedy occur in their family, with their sister, their girlfriend, their wife, if they were associated with this body, it's covered in our insurance. Our insurance pays for this. This is not an abortion that anyone wants to have, thinks they want to have. These abortions occur in women who want to have a child, but their fetus is gross and totally incapacitated. That's what the statute says. It has to be gross and total incapacitating mental or physical deformities. Our insurance covers this. Since 1982, this has been in our code. 1982, and it has survived because this is a very special procedure that doesn't occur often. It's very rare. A recent year, there were 2 applications in the entire state, 2. It's gotten up to in the high 20s sometimes, but it's between 20 and 30 out of a state of 8.6 million people, of poor women who do not have insurance. That's who we're talking about, who could die from this. Their fetus will die. That's the whole purpose. There are 2 physicians that are going to make this determination, that have to sign off on it. This is not something that happens willy-nilly. This is not a lifestyle choice. This is a narrow provision that takes away a fundamental woman's right to have health care because she's poor. I hope you'll vote no.
Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 45.
Ayes 51, noes 45. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Amendment number 31 on page 19 of the printed calendar by the governor. It seeks to amend gas and diesel tax code to provide for a 3-month suspension. It is item 4-14.00, and Amendment 31 is now before the body.
The delegate from Botetourt, Delegate Austin.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to amendment number 31.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, item number 4-14, additional enactment, 3-month suspension of the gas tax. The governor's amendment suspends the gas tax for the 3-month period of July 1, 2022 through September 30 of 2022. This amendment also modifies the code to limit the annual CPI adjustment of the gas tax to no more than 2% going forward. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you join me in supporting the governor's amendment and offering some relief to the families of Virginia.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This language asks us to write a blank check increasing record oil company profits, to let out-of-staters use Virginia roads for free, to neglect critical transportation needs, and all the while to keep ignoring the basic math that a Virginia driver will be lucky to get even $11 a month. Families and retirees hurt hard by inflation need far, far more help than a measly couple of dimes a day. Despite a full public hearing in May on HB 6001, which is the language before us, House Finance didn't vote on its merits. The committee just moved it on to appropriations, where it still sits. Why have we as a body decided not to act on this bill? A number of reasons. I'll go over the top in my mind. One, it is not targeted on inflation. Less than $10 a month in the face of the current extreme inflation will do little to help those whose rents have shot up, who have no choice but to turn away from the meat counter and just buy rice, who need bus service, not cuts. Two, it is not targeted on Virginians. Why are we giving away upwards of a quarter of it to non-residents? Three, it is not targeted to reduce the price of gas. Gas is taxed at wholesale. That's a basic fact that seems to be ignored. There is no way to ensure a cut at wholesale is passed on in the price at the pump. This week, in fact, despite the fact that Virginia has the second lowest gas tax of any of our bordering states, the second lowest gas tax of any of our bordering states, despite that fact, this week, the average price at the pump, minus the state taxes, in Virginia was second highest of all of our bordering states. 4, it is not targeted to reflect the hard facts of how Virginia's transportation is financed. State transportation funds come as much from the tax on car sales paid only by Virginians and from a half-cent of our retail sales tax, passed mostly by our residents, as they do from our below-average gas tax. These two other revenue sources also increased over 2021. Almost half of the total increase came from those two sources. And yet, this proposal only focuses on cutting the gas tax. The one cut that will give the most to non-residents and help oil profits. 5, it is not targeted to consider all essential transportation needs. Very little of the lost revenue will be made up by federal infrastructure funding increases. Federal money won't fund potholes, won't fund snow removal, won't fund transit operation, etc. 2/3 of Virginia's total transportation program. Even the remaining 1/3 that could qualify for federal infrastructure funding will require Virginia to come up with added, not reduced, added state matching funds. 6, the target of the impact has been, I will say kindly, obscured. The HB 6001 fiscal impact statement reads, quote, previously planned and programmed transportation projects will not be negatively impacted, unquote. Translation. What's on the current 6-year plan keeps its place in line, even though all current projects will take longer to fund and be completed. What has not been, quote unquote, previously programmed will bear the full brunt of this ongoing major cut in meeting Virginia's transportation needs. Congestion, economic development, safety, transit service, as well as every road repair contract, current and future, which will have cost overruns driven by the cost of asphalt, a petroleum product. Bottom line, this proposal will do far more harm than the token good claimed. It is anything but targeted to help those hit by inflation who need it most. We can do far better. We have in some of the tax reform. I hope you will vote no against this legislation within the budget. Thank you.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
All right, so Mr. Speaker, I'd like y'all to look up here. This image that you're seeing here, this is a car crash in my district on a road that I have talked about, Rollins Ford Road, and the delegate from Hanover Subcommittee on Transportation, which we had a very long discussion about. I've talked directly to the Transportation Committee Chair, and I'm actually really appreciative that he's writing a letter to the Secretary of Transportation to ask about how we can actually administratively implement my request for the Transportation Safety Fund that I had requested when I was in front of the other delegate subcommittee in the first place. I've talked about this on the House floor when we had our first debate about this before crossover. I've talked about it again, and just a few weeks ago brought this up. This is what happens when we wildly underfund our transportation system in Virginia. 2 weeks ago today, I had to get a flurry of calls and texts from my constituents about another severe crash on Rollins Ford Road, this time at the intersection of Song Sparrow Drive, when a delivery driver had a collision with a parent who had a child in the car. That driver, one of those drivers, ended up being carted out in a stretcher, put onto an ambulance. For $4.5 million, we can install 3 modern roundabouts along Rollins Ford Road. I have screamed up and down for 3 years since we have completed the VDOT analysis that my constituents came up and asked for, and they voted on themselves. It is on the books. Right now, if you type in Rollins Ford Road corridor study, you'll see that final report. You'll see it right there. I need less than 1% of what this amendment is going to cost this state, the $470 million of the biennium. I need less than 1% of that to prevent this from happening again and again and again and again and again. I'm going to read to y'all a text from one of my constituents from right in that area. Hi, Danica. I saw there was another accident at Song Sparrow and Rollins Ford this evening. I had an accident here in February that totaled my car. That was when she got hit by a dump truck, by the way. Myself and my 2 children were in the car with me. Thankfully, we were all okay. There have been a worrisome amount of accidents here in the last few months. Someone I met tonight told me you were working to do something about this intersection. Please let me know what I can do to help. In response to her, and in response to another one of my constituents who texted me right in the same time frame, I reached out to the governor's policy liaison. And to Travis Rickman's credit, he's been very professional and courteous as I've talked to him on the phone repeatedly over the last few weeks, as well as earlier this year. And I made a civic request that when you're dealing with the transportation parts, and we knew what was going to happen in the budget amendments, to please request the governor send down $4.5 million so that we can save lives in a high-prone crash area where we already have the solution on paper of what to do about it. I didn't go on Twitter, I didn't go on Facebook trying to attack the governor, trying to do all the rest of it. I tried working behind the scenes because that's how Richmond works. This is how we're supposed to get stuff done. And what do I see today? I see us gutting almost $500 million from our transportation system and doing nothing, not a damn thing to help my constituents in Gainesville, let alone the ones who are crashing on Route 28, let alone the pedestrians who died on 234. What other bell do we have to ring that our transportation system is in dire straits right now? We had 968 fatalities on our roadways last year. The year before that, we had more than 800. We had 1,815 fatalities our dead constituents on our roadway because we don't adequately fund transportation in this Commonwealth. And when we hear, oh, hey, there's a budget surplus for transportation of $1.1 billion, there's this. No, as the delegate from Fairfax just laid out, that money's gone. That's already accounted for because of cost escalation at this point. So what's left? What's left for us to do? Defund transportation? Well, you'll hear some other people say, well, hey, look, Maryland did it, Georgia did it. You know what Maryland and Georgia also did? They backfilled their losses. And they also made sure not to have that little 2% thing that we have in here as well, so that for them, they're not going to have ongoing losses throughout the years to come. And as we just heard with that federal infrastructure money, that doesn't go to maintenance. And when we are dealing with our regional transportation authorities, Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, the one in Hampton Roads, Central Virginia, even I-81, those projects are meant to deal with congestion mitigation primarily, unless it's 81, in which you actually do get some spot fixes. But those spot improvements that we need in our residential area where our constituents die, those don't get to compete for those regional funds. And Smart Scale is so wildly underfunded. Wildly underfunded. The governor's personal income is worth more than Northern Virginia will get out of Smart Scale this upcoming cycle. What else can I tell you that we have to do to fully fund transportation so our constituents don't die? You know who doesn't benefit from up to $11 a month in tax breaks? Dead people. When our constituents die on our roadways, they don't get to benefit from this. And we haven't even gotten to the tens of thousands who are injured or those who have substantial property losses. I am tired of having to scream up and down about this. At what point are we going to take political expediency, throw it out the window, and do the right thing? We are wildly underfunding transportation by billions with a B dollars per year, every year, and our constituents are getting killed because of it. I am asking us to vote no on this amendment today to make a statement of public policy that we are going to seriously, actually fully fund the very transportation system that our constituents rely on for their safety and for our Commonwealth to run smoothly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Fauquier, Delegate Weber.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes it's hard to follow an impassioned speech. Obviously, this would be difficult as well. However, I'll say this. The last time I rose to speak about gas prices, they were at $3. I filled up my Chevy Malibu on the, well, I still got to fill it up again, for $66. Last year, it was $30. So you double it. Now take all our constituents that have been driving back and forth to work, our constituents from my district that commute into D.C., and all of a sudden they're doubling their fuel. Small car, $66. A van, a minivan, $100. My truck, I had to use 2 credit cards because they shut you off. How many other businesses that run on fuel, trucking companies, landscaping companies, construction companies, all of a sudden their fuel costs doubled? I traveled to Tennessee and my fuel cost tripled to haul cattle. Now, every time somebody walks up to a pump, swipes their credit card, and fills their gas tank, at least for me, it feels like getting punched in the face. Now, we really can't do much about markets, except maybe adjust some signals. But what we can do is do what some of the other states have done. And I'm going to tell you a story. So a friend of mine was hauling cattle from Pennsylvania, or up to Pennsylvania and back. The man did as minimal as he could in Pennsylvania because Maryland had given their tax break. And so he did whatever, he paid as little as he could in Pennsylvania and topped off in Maryland. Drivers are going to do that. And one of the things that we can say is, we're going to help you, at least for a little bit. That way, at least, hey, I'm going to get punched in the face walking up and swiping my card every time I fill my car. I might as well get a little bit of a tax break out of it. Because as Delegate Watts eloquently put it, people are making choices when they fill up. We can at least give them a little bit of a break. So I would urge this body to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, I move the pending question.
Delegate Kilgore moves the pending question. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion's agreed to. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 55, noes 41.
Ayes 55, noes 41. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turn to page 20 of the printed calendar. Next up is Amendment 32 regarding bail presumption. It is item 4-14.00. Amendment 32 by the governor is now before the body.
The delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Bell.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, this amendment is involved the presumption against bail. 2021 special session, a bill passed that abolished the presumption in all offenses. This does not repeal that, but it does change the law with regards to certain ones. Crime Commission did a study that found that of those people out on bond, 24% commit a new incarcerable offense.
The House will come to order.
I'm not, maybe not real compelling here. The Crime Commission did a study that found that of those out on bond, 24% committed a new incarcerable offense during that time. That may not matter for the less serious offenses, but it does matter for the more serious ones. And Mr. Speaker, this would restore the presumption against bond for some of the more serious offenses. So the offenses include those identified as violent under 192-297.1, which is our violent crime section. That would involve homicide, mob-related felonies, kidnapping, abduction, malicious felonious assault or bodily wounding, robbery, certain sexual assaults. It would also restore for those offenses that have a life term. It would also restore the presumption for those offenses where the new charge was charged while the person was out on bond. With those, it would restore the presumption against bond. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to endorse the amendment. Thank you.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bond presumptions is where we put teeth to the idea that you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Otherwise, those words have no meaning. We should continue to have a system that punishes crime and seeks justice, not hold people in jail because lawmakers have reduced their humanity to those who have been accused of crime. By bringing back these presumptions, we transfer decision-making power from magistrates and judges to consider all of the factors we laid out to politicians in this body who have already rejected this bill in the last year. This past session, a bill on just this topic to roll back these presumptions that were eliminated was rejected by the Senate on a 9-6 vote. We should not be locking people up before they are found guilty when they present no danger to the community or any risk of failing to appear. Before 2021, Virginia had some of the most onerous presumptions against bond in the country, Mr. Speaker. That year, we repealed those unnecessary and unfair presumptions with a system in which each person is held without bond only when a judge believes that that individual poses a threat to public safety or is not likely to come to court. By passing this amendment, we are taking the liberty of those presumed to be innocent. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that this is big government run amok. This amendment does not help those in custody or protect the general public. The public safety of our community should be the highest priority of this General Assembly. I know that. I've spent the majority of my career in law enforcement as a criminal prosecutor. But these amendments are misguided attempts to keep people incarcerated regardless of whether they have been convicted yet or not. We should reject these amendments, Mr. Speaker. They harm some of the most vulnerable in our community without making us a modicum safer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the body, I will have to take significant issue with my colleague from Newport News on what he just said. And I'll bring the body's attention to a lady named Regina Redmond Lollobrigida. She's from Loudoun County. July last year, her husband strangled and beat her. And when the Loudoun County Commonwealth Attorney went to court, there was not a presumption against bond for this individual. And this individual came out, her husband, Peter, came out of jail with no presumption on a bond of $5,000. A month later, he comes back to his wife and beats her to death with a hammer. She is dead because this body passed a bill eliminating presumptions against bond. And so for the gentleman from Newport News to say that there's no benefit to presumption against bond, tell that to Regina's family, because she is dead, having been beaten by a hammer by a man that should have stayed in jail but didn't, because there was no presumption against bail for acts of violence. Passing this bill doesn't mean that everybody stays in jail. It just means that the judge really needs to take a careful look before this violent charged offender comes out of jail. And then if the judge says, I don't think that this person has the ability to be a safe member of the community on bond, that person gets an immediate review to a higher court within 5 days. So you get 2 bites at the apple, 2 judges to look at this person and say, is this person safe? And had this been the law last year, Regina would be alive right now. So don't think for a minute that you are doing anyone favors when you take away presumptions against bail. You're actually making everybody else more in danger of violent crime, especially domestic violence. For those reasons, I hope that the body would approve this bill. Thank you.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a question for the delegate from Virginia Beach. Or I can speak to the bill. That'd be probably easier. Mr. Speaker, can I speak to the amendment?
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interestingly, we had a mass shooting. Again, I'm going to bring it up because someone was arrested after that mass shooting, 2 of the employees, because they were disturbing the peace. One was held with no bond. A traumatic survivor of a mass shooting was told, go back in the building, we need you to go to work. And when they refused, they held him for disturbing the peace without bond. I mean, some lives seem to matter and some lives don't seem to matter. And I think that we need to look at how we treat people and who we're looking at. Why we're looking at Loudoun County, I'm not sure, when we could look at Virginia Beach and fix those situations that we have there. But not one of my colleagues, I think one has said hello to me during this entire session. They're not working with both sides. This is a very partisan thing in a very partisan way. So I just want to leave those remarks there with, we need to think seriously about bail presumption. And if we're going to go backwards and allow these things to happen where people could be arrested for those things, for disturbing the peace and given no bond, denied their freedom, then that is a huge problem. So again, all those freedom lovers should be thinking about that.
The delegate from Portsmouth, Delegate Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the budget amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Again, I guess we don't want to adhere to the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia with Madison and Patrick Henry. We again want to, when we don't get our way and we lose on policy in committee and on the floor, we try to put it in the budget with a governor who you can get one over on because he's only been here for a few months. Unfortunately, I have to take issue with my colleague who practices as he's a great criminal defense attorney, my colleague from Virginia Beach who spoke a moment ago about Loudoun. What he said is not true. You can't know what a judge will do. A judge could have granted a bond and said that that person overcame the presumption. So we need to tell the truth if we're going to make these arguments. The presumption against bond is a presumption against which can be overcome with argument, with facts and evidence put in. So let's tell the truth on these arguments. Let's stop using the emotional thing about a hammer and all of this stuff. If death could have been prevented. We don't know that. Only God knows. Because a judge could have given that person a bond and overcome that presumption. And that is what we are talking about here. We are talking about people get accused of a crime, and all of the attorneys know this every day. And all we're saying is, in the system, we have codified the factors in which a judge can decide whether someone is a danger to themselves or others, or two, whether they are a flight risk. Will they show up? We have entrusted judges to do that. Unfortunately, when we don't get our way, and we know the governor doesn't get it, because he's always gotten his way his entire life. He doesn't understand what it means to be falsely accused of something and sit in jail for years, sometimes waiting on trial while you fight the case. Sometimes you need a judge to say, you know what? Based on your work history, based on your family life, based on your community ties, based on your history of nonviolence, we're going to allow you to have a bail. It doesn't have to do with a presumption against because of the charged crime. The crime charged. And that's all we're saying. I hope that you will reject this. We can go back to committee. If you think you're right on the policy, go back to committee, introduce your bill again that failed. Bring it back and let us vote on it and stop trying to legislate failed policy in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Patrick, Delegate Williams.
I have a horrendous story to tell everyone.
For what purpose does the delegate...
That was the purpose. I stand and address the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
I was court appointed to a gentleman who had a rap sheet longer than anything you think that's very long. He and I had to go to court and stand in front of a judge and look at the judge and say, Judge, he wants a bond. Judge looked at me and goes, I don't think I want to give him a bond, but I have to. He had feloniously assaulted his pregnant girlfriend. The judge gave him a bond. 3 days later, he went to the other county and killed his other pregnant girlfriend. He's sitting in jail right now. He will go to jail for life for murder. But the judge looked at me, looked at the Commonwealth, and said, I have to give him a bond because there's no presumption. He would have never gotten out. That woman would still be alive. That child would be alive. But no, we're standing here today making up things and saying that not having this presumption will save lives and let people out earlier. That's not the case. Presumption was there for a reason, and we need to pass this amendment.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Now you're going to do that?
Now I'm going to get the talking points out first, Mr.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, first, there's no fiscal impact. There's no money. There's no appropriation associated with this addendum. All this does is amend sections of the code that are not mentioned in the title of HB 30. HB 30 does mention 2.21509 and a series of titles, but not 19.2. And there's no appropriation made, no taxes, nothing at all to do with anything else in the budget. And so I would ask if this amendment is in fact germane to the appropriation bill, if it doesn't violate the single object bill rule that requires that a bill be mentioned in the title, that the matter addressed be addressed in the title of the bill.
I would say to the gentleman that the phrase legislating through the budget is often offered as a critique of practices that are maybe before us today, and I would suggest to the gentleman quite clearly that history shows that both parties have engaged in such amendments to the budget, which is the widest latitude document and last in line that we have as a legislative vehicle. I would suggest to the gentleman that there is a significant nexus between anything we do in the budget and outcomes, good or bad, or positive or negative, with respect to costs to the state and to localities. And I would suggest that speakers have long held that that they have permitted such amendments to the code through the budget and have so ruled. I know that 2 years ago there were similar amendments to the budget involving early release and involving whether you had to pay your fines or not before you got your driver's license back. Again, I would suggest to the gentleman that there is a fiscal impact to every endeavor that is contained in the budget, including this one, and that there is a sufficient nexus, and that this amendment would necessarily affect state spending in some way that is sufficient for it to be germane to the gentleman's point.
Thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry?
Sure.
So I suppose that means that literally anything that we wanted to do under your ruling, without having to go through committee or anything, we could just put in as a budget amendment and it would be germane to the budget. There's really no limit at all.
I decline to speculate beyond the question that has been posed on the item that has been posed. I will say that the item in question appears to fall in a range where it could affect state spending in some way and is therefore germane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The delegate will state it.
I'll move the pending question.
The delegate from Scott moves the pending question. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The motion is agreed to. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 49, noes 46.
Ayes 49, noes 46. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turning to page 23 of the printed calendar, next up is the governor's amendment number 33. That amendment seeks to expand the number of entities eligible to participate as college partnership laboratory schools. It is item 4-14.00, and Governor's Amendment number 33 is now before the body.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate Wampler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to Amendment number 33, and I'm going to do my best not to yell at the members.
Oh, you might as well. Everybody else is yelling today. The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, number 33, expands the eligible institutions that may participate in the development of a college partnership laboratory school in Virginia from the 15 eligible public institutions of higher education that have teacher prep courses currently allowed in the framework to approximately 23 community college systems, 5 higher ed centers, and 28 tag-eligible private institutions. And I know we are towards the end of the calendar and the day here, but I want to go in a little more detail on this issue because it is one that is important to the Commonwealth and I think critical to our future. With the lab schools proposed in this amendment, same lab schools that all but 7 of this chamber voted to appropriate $100 million in FY23, we are improving our educational system. We are providing for innovation in our public education system in Virginia. This is an effort that is going to improve our position now and going to improve the position of future generations of students in the Commonwealth for years to come. This is going to make us more competitive in the nation and across the world. On the issue of education in Virginia, we have leadership from the executive branch, from both parties represented in this chamber and from down the hall, that are focused on supporting strategic investments like this in education. This lab school initiative, combined with the efforts of Delegate Coiner's Virginia Literacy Act and Delegate O'Quinn's school modernization and construction bill, Virginia's making strides in our educational space that we haven't made in a long time. All of us can be a part of addressing some of the educational shortcomings we've seen in Virginia. For anybody that wants to dig in. And I understand that this approach to education and innovation in our public school system causes some concern for some of you for one reason or another. But I would put it to all the members and anyone who is listening, citizens, there is no better place to put the responsibility of the development of these lab schools than with Virginia's Department of Education and our higher ed institutions across the Commonwealth. Anybody who studies economic development seriously knows that higher ed is at the epicenter of innovation and commercialization and economic development. Focusing in on Virginia for a minute, think of Virginia Tech, a nationwide leader in engineering and agricultural studies, and how they may partner with K-12 divisions across the state to develop new lab schools and programs so that we can address transportation infrastructure needs, the future of food in Virginia, both food insecurity and the cost of food, which has risen dramatically in the last 2 years. What institution would be better to trust with this responsibility than UVA, one of our flagship universities, who historically has been leading in innovation through the iLab, through the Darden School and the Batten School, who has been providing state-of-the-art research and telemedicine through the health system. Hopefully, with these types of partnerships, UVA will be able to create cohorts of students that have more capability and more ability to enter the workforce in the real world, maybe than some of our graduates that are currently graduating from master's and graduate level courses. When I think about what the best outcome of lab schools could be, I think about George Mason University and William and Mary. They sit geographically in a perfect position to take opportunities such as data science and data analytics and build upon those strengths. And with lab school partnerships, I believe we can crank that strength in Virginia and our economy will be better off for it. I think of the community colleges in my area that have welding strengths and welding programs. They're training young folks how to weld. These same people are traveling across the state to Newport News, and they're working to build our Navy warships. I can't wait to see those programs turn into a laboratory school so that we can create more high-skilled trade workers. This amendment would expand lab schools to the ability to partner with higher ed centers across the state. I think of one in my home district in Abingdon, the Southwest Virginia Higher Ed Center. If it weren't for their existing partnership with Code Virginia, an entity that used to just serve Richmond, Southwest Virginia students wouldn't be getting educated in areas of computer programming and computer science. This is next level education that's only available through innovation models. I could go on, but I would say that our state's economy and our students are only limited by our inability to plow this ground together. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope this amendment and the following will find favor amongst the House, and I would move passage of the Governor's Amendment number 33.
The delegate from Henrico, Delegate Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, Mr. Speaker, members of the body, we know the governor doesn't get it. Because on the first day that he came here and gave a speech to us, he said, charter schools, lab schools, innovation schools, I don't care what you call it, I just want to do it. Well, those of us in the education world know that those are three totally different things. I've given that speech before, so I'm not going to go down that road. Sorry. But here we are again, where we got this scattershot approach. We just want a political victory. That's all we want. We want to claim victory. We don't actually want to govern. And so what we're going to do at the last minute through the budget is we're just going to, a lab school for you, a lab school for you, a lab school for you, lab school for everybody. because that's gonna, that's great. Let's just throw bombs into all the school systems, and that'll get us a world-class education system. I think that's the theory. But the reason why Amazon, the reason why Boeing, the reason why Lego, all of them have said they've come here is because of our world-class education system. And I think we should be careful in how we legislate on education, and we shouldn't just be all willy-nilly, I want a political victory, so I'm going to do it however I can. I mean, this is the 5th, 6th, 7th version of lab school legislation that's been done on the fly, and they've all been done in a poor manner. I'll just end with this. If we want to look at a governor who does get it, and we want to look at a governor who did put forward thoughtful policy on how we can intermarry some of these systems, let's look no farther than our previous governor in the G3 program. Take the strengths of a system, in this case community colleges, tie it to actual need, IT, nursing, engineering, all these other things, and go and get kids into those programs in an affordable way so that we can drive our education system and our economic system forward. And so I would hope we would defeat this, because let's look at what's worked. Let's not just all willy-nilly throw things spaghetti against the wall, hope it works, and say that that's doing something, because it's not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I couldn't agree more with the gentleman from Washington about his points on public education and lab schools. However, we are missing the point here. The public education comes with commitment. And as he mentioned, there are $100 million for 1 year. So what are we going to do the year after? So this is going to end up being an unfunded mandate. So when there is not commitment from this administration to fully fund his political promises, we cannot support it. And that is the reason why it has failed over and over on the other chamber, and we still are having a conference report. If we believe that we are fixing the problem because we are going to allow the private sector to get access to this money, we are failing our public education system, and we are failing the dreams of those children who want to get into innovation careers. If we are serious about getting lab schools, which, by the way, is not something new on this Commonwealth, lab schools have existed in Virginia, and the reason why they failed was because there was lack of commitment from the state to fully fund them. And that's why there is fear on public universities to participate on this agreement, because they will have access to dollars only 1 year, but not the next. So I will ask the governor, as he ran on public education when he was elected to this office, to remember that public education equals commitment, and commitment equals find the dollars to fund what you want to deliver. So I would ask them, as this bill goes back to him, to find those $100 million for next year, so everyone on this chamber could support that bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising to speak to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard for hours now that our governor doesn't get it, but I think it's pretty clear it's the delegate from Henrique who doesn't get it. He got up and sat here and argued a point, but what he doesn't get is this ship has sailed. We're getting lab schools. That's already done. The amendment you have in front of you is whether private universities shall be allowed to participate or not. Now, I know some on the other side of the aisle think that this should just be with public universities, but I would ask, how many of y'all may have your children in private schools? Not that I'm pointing out anyone over there, but it's something that, everyone has the right to do. But why do you have your kids in private school? Because sometimes the private schools have a little bit different innovation. Maybe they do it better. So why would we preclude private universities from being able to participate in the lab school program? Why would we preclude Virginia Union? Why would we preclude Hampton University? from participating. As much as I've heard that it should be people from a community helping create the solutions for that community, why would you preclude them from participating in this to create those solutions for that community? You know, I know a number of individuals across the aisle. They live in Fairfax, and there's a lot of great public universities, or maybe Richmond, a lot down there, and even Hampton Roads. We had some great public universities, but some other areas don't. You know, Danville's a great place. I had a chance to talk to one of their council members who wants to have a lab school, but the closest public university is about an hour and a half away. But you know, they have Averett University there. And if we allow private universities to be able to participate, then areas like Danville can be participatory as well. So all this amendment is asking you is to allow private universities to be participatory in this program. And for anyone that wants to talk about how do we fund this after the first year, that's the next amendment. We'll get to that in a minute.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The delegate will state it.
I move the pending question.
The delegate from Scott moves the pending question. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 45.
Ayes 50, noes 45. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Turn to page 24 of the printing calendar. Amendment number 34 is now before the body. It seeks the governor's amendment. It relates to college partnership laboratory schools funding. It is item 4-14.00, and that amendment number 34, the last amendment of the governor's on the budget, is now before the body.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate Wampler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to amendment number 34.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 34 will allow the state share of SOQ funding, per pupil funding, to follow the students that want to participate in a lab school. And additionally, Mr. Speaker, this amendment, as it relates to local match for SOQ funding, would be funded from the lab school funding mechanism, the $100 million and the $75 million set aside within that 100 in this budget for that match. Not from the localities in which the student belongs. Mr. Speaker, this amendment would also include language that allows local school divisions and lab partnership schools to enter into reciprocal agreements and MOUs as it relates to the local, state, and federal share of funding for these lab schools. And Mr. Speaker, I will not go on. I'll ask for passage of amendment number 34. Thank you.
I just cleared the board, so if you want to speak, please. All right, the delegate from Prince William, Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief, but there's a disturbing trend I see here. Any bad idea, unfunded mandate, any type of circus act that the governor wants to try on Virginia families and students, y'all throw in historically black colleges and universities. And as a proud graduate of Norfolk State University, I behold the green and gold. I would like you to stop it. These charter schools, because that's what they are taking money from public schools. So why on earth would we double and triple the number of charter schools and organizations that are eligible to start charter schools, knowing that this is funding coming directly from our public schools? I know the answer. You want to know why? To defund public schools. That's what this is about. And I want to call attention to what is already existing language. Okay? Notwithstanding any provision of law, the proportionate share of state and federal resources allocated for students with disabilities and school personnel assigned to special education programs shall be directed to college partnership laboratory schools enrolling such students. So let me get this straight. Children like mine, who are already underfunded, unfunded in our system, will have even less funding and less resources because this money will go to these untried charter schools who have a history all over this country of discriminating against children with disabilities, failing Black children with disabilities. So why would we, and this is a rhetorical question, although I would love the answer, why would we triple the number of eligible institutions? That's number one. And number two, this is a statement from the bottom of my heart. Please stop using HBCUs for your political football. We are not. And I have a lot more to say on that, but just know that we see it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
I seem to relate to everything. I was a teacher in Virginia Beach. It's true, I was a teacher in Virginia Beach. I taught at Lynn Haven Elementary. I've taught 5th grade. I've taught in Norfolk. I've taught 3rd grade. I'm a good teacher. I miss teaching. This bill not only does it defund education and sends public school money, which is what we are tasked to deal with, to private entities. I watch every school board meeting. Nobody talks about lab schools. Nobody has emailed me about lab schools. Only the other delegate from Virginia Beach talks about lab schools. So just FYI, this is just something that I would vote against because it definitely creates a capitalistic school system, and we don't need healthcare or education to be capitalistic where there are losers. There should be no losers in education. We should be looking at every child, not just the ones that win the lottery and get to go to the school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the amendment.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I know we beat this issue into the ground perhaps, but I do have to share a story. I am actually a lab school kid. I attended the J.P. Wynn campus school in Farmville as part of Longwood College, now Longwood University. My good friend Bill Frank, who's working the floor today, was a class with me at the campus school. That school gave us an amazing opportunity. It was a self-directed learning environment. It was a creative environment. Do we have any fans of Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul in the audience? You know the name Vince Gilligan. He was a couple classes behind me at this school. So it was a great environment. I'm not sure what happened to me on that creativity side, but imagine where I'd be if I hadn't had that opportunity. So I'm here before you to say that I am a fan of lab schools. My issue, though, is this, Mr. Speaker, and you've heard this time and time again today, the public schools are struggling. We have not adequately funded the schools. Literally, there are facilities in this city with buildings that are crumbling. Try to use a restroom in some of the public high schools, some of the elementary and middle schools in this area. I've done visits to schools and projects there with nonprofits. They're in horrible condition. And that's in the city in which we stand today. My grandfather, my paternal father, was a superintendent of these schools, and he would be absolutely shocked and amazed to see the condition of some of them today. So that's the perspective I'm bringing to you here. I love innovation. I do technology for a living, technology work. I'm the first who's going to applaud creativity and doing things creatively that way. But we're failing our public schools. And the governor, as you hear over again, he doesn't understand. He doesn't get the public school system. He's not from that system. I am, and a lot of us are. And we as Democrats in the side have tried to address that through the years and try to look out for our teachers. I think this budget does a great job, and I really appreciate the efforts of both sides of the aisle to do that we've made so much progress trying to help the teachers there. But we've got to look out for our public schools first. Yes, in a perfect world, of course, we would have lab schools, as other delegate from Henrico said, we would have lab schools for everybody, lab schools everywhere. But we must prioritize the public schools first and foremost. This budget amendment does not do that, and I hope the body will join me in voting against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate Wampler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Final word on the amendment.
Well, we'll see.
I promised I wouldn't yell, and so I'll just say this quietly to the delegates from Henrico, Prince William, Virginia Beach. I don't think I'm missing anyone. You've already voted for this to appropriate it. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd have a motion.
I don't know that the delegate can string those two things together. I'll come right back to you. The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of the amendment.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, this is really simple. This money is just following students. I'm always hearing our colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about we're defunding public education. Okay, if we have dollars allocated to educate children and that child is going to go to a different school, can somebody please explain to me how we've defunded that child's education? We haven't. Now, if our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like to fund a building that the student is not in, that's their prerogative. But I would just go on to say that seems to me that Democrats, I don't know, just don't get it. Right? We're trying to fund individual students as they go to various educational opportunities. And the more choice that we can infuse into the system, the better it is. This idea that a system with more choice creates losers? Oh, that's right, because a government monopolized controlled system, nobody ever loses in that arrangement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
The delegate will state it.
I'll move the pending question.
Delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore moves the pending question. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The motion's agreed to. Shall the bill be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor?
And then we're going to pull that.
Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 44.
Ayes 50, noes 44. The governor's recommendation is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, as I said a moment ago, Amendment 35 is not before us, so that completes the House's work on House Bill 30.
Hold on.
Page 4.
The clerk will report a resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 6004, HJ 6004, relates to election of Supreme Court of Virginia Justices, a Court of Appeals, a Virginia judge, a Circuit Court judge, and a General District Court judge.
The delegate from Pennsylvania, Delegate Adams.
Mr. Speaker, I move to move the adoption of the resolution, and if I could speak to that.
The delegate has the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution will allow us to proceed to fill the Supreme Court vacancies, a subsequent vacancy on the Court of Appeals, and several trial positions.
Shall the resolution be adopted? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 95, no 0.
Ayes 95, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The delegate from Pennsylvania, Delegate Adams, will communicate the actions of the House to the Senate, and the House is at ease. House will be at ease. House come to order. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
The Senator from Roanoke, Senator Edwards.
Mr. Speaker, I've been directed by the President of the Senate to inform the House of Delegates that the Senate has agreed to House Joint Resolution 6004.
Thank you, Senator. Delegate Kilgore, real quick. House will be at ease. The House will come to order. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
The Senator from Roanoke, Senator Edwards.
Mr. Speaker, I've been directed by the President of the Senate to inform the House of Delegates that in the execution of joint order pursuant to House Joint Resolution 6004, nominations have been made by the Senate for certain judicial officers as listed in the attached papers.
Thank you, Senator. The House will be at ease. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats.
Just four of them? Yep. Yes.
The time for the joint order has arrived, and the House, on its part, is ready to proceed with the execution of House Joint Resolution 6004. Nominations are now in order for justices of the Supreme Court of Virginia. The clerk will report a resolution.
House Resolution number 779, nominating persons to be elected to the Supreme Court of Virginia.
Are there any further nominations? The chair hears none. As many as favor the adoption of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. Nominations are now in order for a judge of the Court of Appeals of Virginia. The clerk will report a resolution.
House Resolution number 780, nominating a person to be elected to the Court of Appeals of Virginia.
Are there any further nominations? The chair hears none. As many as favor the adoption of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. The nominations are now in order for a judge of the Judicial Circuit. The clerk will report a resolution.
House Resolution number 781, nominating a person to be elected to a circuit court judgeship.
Are there any further nominations? The chair hears none. As many as favor the adoption of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. Nominations are now in order for a judge of the General District Court. The clerk will report a resolution.
And House Resolution number 780, nominating a person to be elected to a General District Court judgeship. I'm sorry, House Resolution 782. I apologize.
That's all right. Are there any further nominations? The chair hears none. As many as favor the adoption of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. The delegate from Pennsylvania, Delegate Adams, will inform the Senate of the nominations made by the House. The House will be at ease. The House will come to order. Block voting for judges will now commence. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yeah.
They're ready?
I don't have.
Okay, nod. Those in favor of the nominees for justices of the Supreme Court of Virginia, as noted in House Resolution 779, for a term of 12 years commencing on the date specified, will vote yes. Mr. Clerk?
Delegate Ward?
Aye.
Close the roll and just keep going.
Clerk will close the roll. Those in favor of the nominee for a judge of the Court of Appeals of Virginia, as noted in House Resolution 780, for a term of 8 years commencing on the date specified, will vote yes. Mr. Clerk?
Delegate Ward?
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll. Those in favor of the nominee for a judge of the Circuit Court, as noted in House Resolution 781, for a term of 8 years commencing on the date specified, will vote yes. Mr. Clerk?
Delegate Ward?
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll. Those in favor of the nominee for a judge of the General District Court, as noted in House Resolution 782, for a term of 6 years, commencing on the date specified, will vote yes. Mr. Clerk?
And Delegate Ward?
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll. Mr. Clerk?
Speaker appoints on behalf of the House Delegates Bell, Adams of Pennsylvania, and Herring to the Committee on the Part of the House to count and report the vote of each House in each case. Let's be at ease.
The House will be at ease. House will come to order.
Okay.
We're going to have the clerk continue with a different portion of the calendar.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate is working on House Bill 30, so we haven't had a time to compare the notes on the votes on the judges. Speaker therefore said let's just go back into the conference reports. There are 5. Turning to page 26 under the category of House bills in conference. House bills in conference. First conference report we've received is House Bill 90. I believe this is Delegate McNamara's conference report. It's HB 90 is a bill to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia relating to sales tax, exemption for food purchased for human consumption, and essential personnel hygiene products. Conference report is available online. It's on IHOD. It is now before the body.
The delegate from Roanoke, Delegate McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. House Bill 90 has been a very long journey, but the conference report you have in front of you mirrors the language that's in the budget. So specifically, it delays enactment until January 1st, where we had passed 98-1, a grocery bill that went into effect July 1st. But we'll take January 1 of 2023. It's better than not having anything. It does reimburse the localities. It also is a partial reduction of the 2.5% grocery tax. It's 1.5%. Again, it matches the budget. I'd like to also thank Delegate Durant and Delegate Keem in particular, who both worked very, very hard on this. And we were 98-1. 98-1. Now, I don't expect we're going to have unanimous here, but 95-1 might work good too. So I ask that we approve the conference report.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the delegate yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield? Will the
I
delegate,
will.
Delegate yield.
All right. So, Mr. Speaker, so I would just ask the delegate as the one on this that, you already heard what I had to say earlier today. I'm not going to have to repeat all that other sort of stuff. My question for the delegate on is that because we have already passed the budget, I voted for the budget despite not liking this, in terms of the transportation part of it, can we get a commitment, whether it's from the delegate, whether it's from someone on the probes or anyone, that we will make whole the transportation gap that we're creating with this, that even in a one-year cycle is going to be probably between $130 some odd to $160 million that we are not backfilling as we're doing this?
I'd really have, Mr. Speaker, to the delegate, what we have in front of you is the recommendation, very similar to the original proposal that came out from the prior governor. And I think we certainly have made our commitments relative to local governments. We've talked about transportation significantly. It is not a big percentage hit on transportation. You are correct. It is a hit on transportation. I will kind of go back and remind us where we are. 11 months. We have our updates. We're now 11 months through the year, and I think it was $531 million ahead. This bill next year, fiscal year 23, would impact transportation for a 6-month period at 0.5%, which would account to about $60 million. You're correct. Still very manageable within the budget.
So,
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, last question, if the delegate would yield.
Will the delegate yield for another question?
Yes.
The delegate yields.
I had to make sure you had his fact sheet first.
I don't need a fact sheet.
That's okay.
I was handed to me anyways.
It was polite. So anyways, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the delegate on this that considering that the vote that we're taking is not based on single year, it is based on recurring funding gap that we're going to have on this. This is not just a one-time budget hit. This is going in the code as basically year over year as a dedicated stream that we're going to lose. Is there anything that we can do to replace that dedicated revenue stream that we are no longer going to have, because we can't just rely on IIJA money, which is going to only be able to be used for capital improvement projects in the first place by and large. So I guess I'm just asking, what are we going to do for that dedicated revenue stream? How do we fix it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say to the delegate, we had every given year we adopt a budget, we establish tax policy, and I see that being no different next year. I will say we did have an amendment at one point that I think would have been supported in this House that would have combined a study on the transportation revenues. In fact, I think it was signed by committee conferees in this House, but the Senate did not agree to it. We'll certainly, if you happen to be in the Senate in a couple of years, we'll certainly work with you much better, and I'm sure we'll be able to solve our transportation issues.
So, Mr. Speaker, speaking to the amendment.
The delegate, future senator,
the conference
has the
report.
floor.
I'm sorry. Well, Mr. Speaker, first I would tell the delegate from Roanoke County I'll be happy to ask for him to be on my conference committee. So appreciate that. Second thing on this here is, I know we do work really well together on CC&T, but anyways, though, but seriously though, I do just want to say with this that the reason I have thrown a fit about this and put myself up on the board as the one person is because this is too important. This is far too important for an issue for us to just let it go because it's such a politically popular vote to take. We're talking about saving lives with this, as I already stressed. I'm not going to throw the fit that I had earlier today. But I am going to at least say, as we're doing this, we need to put ourselves on record of making sure that when we take a hit on something as significant to our constituents' safety as transportation, that we come back and we do it right when we do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, would the delegate from Roanoke yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
I will.
The delegate yields.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the delegate, I don't see an emergency clause in this piece of legislation. And so I don't know if that's something you all considered as part of the conference report, but without an emergency clause, I don't believe this bill becomes effective until several months after we adjourn the session. And so you might miss your January 1, 2023 start date without an emergency clause. Is that something you all considered as part of the conference report?
Mr. Speaker, it was not. It's my understanding we're still in session, so I would assume it would go into effect with the July 1, and the bill says that the actual tax change would go into effect January 1.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, since we're in a special session, I don't think the stuff we passed today goes into effect in 2 weeks. I think we'd have to adjourn and then come back for a reconvened session, and then there's some months before things go into effect when they're passing a special session. Am I correct about that?
I don't know that that's technically a parliamentary inquiry. I think you're making a substantive inquiry about the bill and its effect.
Okay.
I don't know offhand.
I'll leave it there. If y'all don't want to do an emergency clause, that's fine. We'll see what happens.
I mean, maybe the wheels are turning right now. So, thank you. Shall the conference report be adopted? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 88, noes 1.
Ayes 88, noes 1. The conference report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, turning to the next category are Senate bills in conference. On page 35 of the printed calendar, a conference report is received for Senate Bill 47, which I believe Delegate Bloxham is the lead conferee. Senate Bill 47 is a bill to amend and reenact sections of the code related to income tax, housing opportunity tax credits. The conference report is available online. It's available to the members here in the body and is now before us.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
If you remember earlier in the year, Senate Bill 47 was the housing opportunity tax credit. I think it passed this House unanimous. What it does is incentivize private equity to invest in low income and medium income housing. The problem that we had, and we had to wait for conference, was one, the budget. But two, it's a 4-year sunset, so it goes beyond the budget, and it's also an implication for 10 years out. The total tax credit's about $240 or $240 million. Hopefully this will help alleviate our rental shortage in the state of Virginia. I hope it's the will of the body to agree to the conference report.
Shall the conference report be adopted? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 86, noes 3.
Ayes 86, noes 3. The conference report is adopted.
Turning the page, same category. Next up is Senate Bill 451. I think this is Delegate McNamara again. Senate Bill 451 is a bill to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia relating to sales tax exemption for food purchased for human consumption and essential personal hygiene products. Conference report is available on IHOD. It's available on LIS for the public and is now before the body.
The delegate from Roanoke, Delegate McNamara.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 451 is identical. The conference report is identical to the one we just had on HB 90 and represents one final opportunity for us to be unanimous as a House. I ask for approval of this conference report 451.
Shall the conference report be adopted? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 88, noes 1.
Ayes 88, noes 1. The conference report is adopted.
Turning the page, next page, the printed calendar, same category. Next up, Senate Bill 471. Senate Bill 471 is a bill to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Literary Fund, loans, application process, maximum loan amounts, rates of interest, closing costs, waiting list. The conference report is available to the members here in the body. IHOD, it's available online to the public and is now before the body.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the conference report.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Literary Fund bill as described by the clerk. It actually came out of the conference in alignment with the budget that we have passed, and we probably all remember this literary fund process to help with school construction, et cetera. So this, I think, is a opportunity for us to be unanimous on this, and I would ask the acceptance of the conference report.
Shall the conference report be adopted?
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 89, noes 0.
Ayes 89, no 0. The conference report is adopted.
And turn to page, next page, printed calendar, last conference report that I'm aware of is Senate Bill 579. 579, SB 579 is a bill to provide income tax refunds for individuals or married persons filing a joint return. The conference report is available to the public, to the members, and is now before the body.
Delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just the bill that says that we're going to provide a refund. We've all voted on this, and this language just took out the dollar amounts which were determined in the budget, and I hope that everyone will vote to pass this conference report.
Shall the conference report be adopted? Mr. Clerk.
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 89, no 0.
Ayes 89, no 0. The conference report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any more conference reports, but if you recall, when we first began at 12 today, we did commending and memorial resolutions. One of them that I neglected to include is House Resolution number 783, which is Delegate McQuinn's. It's commending Policy Pathways, Inc. I think, if you recall, she introduced several members of the organization earlier. So if someone would be kind enough to make a motion to add that to the block.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a motion.
The delegate will state it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we add the resolution just reported by the clerk to the block so that we
Thank
may
you.
vote for it. Thanks.
That's it. Just one. Just 783.
Delegate Herring moves the adoption of the resolution. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is adopted. The House will be at ease. The House will come to order. I hope that some of our colleagues who made it home are watching us on their TV. We're still here, everybody. The joint order under House Joint Resolution number 6004 will be resumed. The delegate from Pennsylvania, Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to report that the committee to count the vote of each House met and nominees fulfilled the criteria for election. I move that the reading of the report be waived.
The question is, shall the reading of the report be waived? Ding. Mr. Clerk, let's see if...
Delegate Ward.
Aye.
Oh, my God.
That's right.
That is impressive.
The clerk will close the roll.
Aye 64, noes 1.
Aye 64, noes 1. The report is waived. Those judges previously nominated in House Resolution 779, having received a majority of the votes cast by the members elected to each House, are declared duly elected as justices of the Supreme Court of Virginia for terms of 12 years commencing on the date specified. The judge previously nominated in House Resolution 780, having received a majority of the votes cast by the members elected to each House, is declared duly elected as a judge of the Court of Appeals of Virginia for a term of 8 years commencing on the date specified. The judge previously nominated in House Resolution 781, having received a majority of the votes cast by the members elected to each House, is declared duly elected as a judge of the appropriate judicial circuit for a term of 8 years commencing on the date specified. And the judge previously nominated in House Resolution 782, having received a majority of the votes cast by the members elected to each House, is declared duly elected as a judge of the General District Court of the appropriate judicial district for a term of 6 years commencing on the date specified. This concludes the joint order. Mr. Clerk, is there anything remaining on the calendar?
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing else on the calendar at this time.
Right.
I'll make one announcement.
The clerk will make an announcement.
One announcement for those commending memorial resolutions that we passed today. Talked to folks upstairs, so they should be ready by Wednesday, the 29th of June. So if you want to have a presentation copy, let us know, and we'll have them all ready by the 29th. How we get them to you, we'll sort that out.
Per House Rule 51, the House has returned to the morning hour. Do any members have any speeches, announcements, anything else? The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the House adjourned today, we adjourn to reconvene September 7th, 2022 at 12 noon.
The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn, moves that the House... Are we standing in recess until then, Mr. Clerk, or we adjourn? The motion is to stand in recess until, what does your script say?
It says adjourn, Mr. Speaker, but I can revise that motion if you like.
Well, let's confer. The hour is late, but we want to make sure we get this right. The delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn, moves that the House adjourn until September the 7th, 2022. As many as favor that motion will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion is agreed to. The House stands adjourned until September 7th, 2022.